Stained Glass Sundays. By Aressa. Chapter 1, Everything I Built to Stay Away. The session ran long, the way they always did when the producer was going through something personal. Sol could tell by the third take, not by anything Marcus said, but by the way he kept pulling the fader down right before the chorus, like he was afraid of what was coming. By the eighth take Sol had mapped the whole thing, a divorce, probably, or close enough to one that the difference didn't matter. People put their grief in the mix when they didn't know what else to do with it. One more, Marcus said through the glass. Sol nodded and lifted their guitar. They'd been doing session work for 11 years. Before that, a band that was good but not lucky, and before that, Berkeley on a partial scholarship and a lot of cereal eaten standing over a sink. The work was steady now. Unglamorous in the way of all work that requires actual skill. You showed up, you listened, you played what the song needed and not what your ego wanted to play, and then you left. Sol had built an entire life on the principle of leaving cleanly. The apartment was 20 minutes from the studio on a good day, 35 on a bad one, and Sol knew every variation of the route the way you know a thing you've never had to think about. Third floor, corner unit. The landlord had installed new windows 3 years ago and the street noise was almost manageable now. Inside, a bookshelf organized by subject, not author. A couch that had been chosen for its distance from every wall. A kitchen that looked like it belonged to someone who cooked, which Sol did, alone, on Tuesday and Thursday evenings when nothing else was scheduled. The guitar stands in the corner held 4 instruments, each in its place, and if anyone had ever asked Sol why they needed 4 they would have given a different answer depending on the day. No one had asked. Marcus called it a night around 8. Sol broke down their rig, loaded the car, drove home through the particular Atlanta dark that smelled like exhaust and honeysuckle depending on which direction the wind was coming from. The neighbor was playing gospel again. The woman in 3B had a Bluetooth speaker she kept by her window and a Sunday habit that had expanded, over the past few months, to include Wednesday evenings and now, apparently, Thursday nights. The music floated down from above, something low and polyrhythmic, a choir doing the kind of work that was actually about endurance, about staying in the pocket long after the pocket felt comfortable. Sol recognized the tradition even when they couldn't place the specific song. You didn't grow up where Sol grew up and not have that recognition built into you somewhere, lodged in the body like a splinter too deep to see. Sol put their headphones on before they reached the 3rd floor. Not because the music was too loud. Just because. The lesson on Friday was with a 15-year-old named Destiny who had more instinct than technique and a stubborn streak that Sol privately found useful. They were working through a John Mayer piece, not because Sol had strong feelings about John Mayer but because Destiny did, and it was better to meet a student where they wanted to go and redirect them from there than to tell them their taste was wrong. Sol had told exactly one student their taste was wrong, in year 2 of teaching, and that student had quit and Sol had spent 2 weeks being annoyed at themselves before accepting the lesson. Do you go to church? Destiny asked during a break, the way teenagers ask things, with a particular quality of not looking at you that meant they'd been thinking about it for a while. Sol adjusted the capo on their guitar. Why? There's this song I want to learn. My grandma plays it at her church. I looked it up and I can't find sheet music anywhere. Send me the name and I'll figure it out. But do you go to church? Sol considered the question the way they considered most questions that weren't about music, as something to be answered adequately rather than fully. I have a complicated relationship with organized religion, they said, which was the phrase they'd developed over years of exactly this conversation. It conveyed enough to satisfy curiosity without inviting follow-up. It was also, like most carefully crafted phrases, true in all the ways that didn't matter and false in all the ways that did. Destiny seemed satisfied. She picked up the guitar and played the opening of the Mayer piece, and Sol listened and said, "Don't rush the B section," and the lesson continued. That evening, reheating rice and watching nothing on the laptop, Sol's phone showed a missed call from a number they didn't recognize, a Georgia area code, the specific arrangement of digits that belonged to Calvary, the town Sol had left at 18 and returned to for exactly 3 visits in the 23 years since. Short visits. Contained visits. Visits with clear endpoints. The voicemail was from a woman named Bernice Osei, who identified herself as a neighbor of Sol's grandmother, Celestine. Mama Cee, Bernie said, the way everyone said it, the whole neighborhood, the whole church, people who'd known her 40 years and people who'd met her last Tuesday. Mama Cee. The illness was worse. They'd been hoping it would stabilize after the last round, but it hadn't. Sol's mother was doing what she could from Atlanta, but she had her own situation. Bernie said situation with a particular delicacy that meant she didn't want to say anything bad about Priscilla but had opinions. We just thought you should know, Bernie said. In case you wanted to come. Sol listened to the voicemail twice. The rice was overcooked. They ate it standing at the counter and looked at the wall, which was a thing they did when they needed to think and didn't want anyone to see them doing it, which was always, since they lived alone. Through the ceiling, barely audible under the headphones still hanging around Sol's neck, 3B was still playing. Something about a river. Something about crossing over. Sol put the bowl in the sink and stood there for a moment with the water running, not washing anything, just letting the water run. Then they turned it off. Dried their hands. Went to find their guitar, the acoustic, the one they thought with, the one that had been with them since Berkeley and had a small crack near the heel that a luthier had repaired twice and would eventually need to repair a third time. They didn't play anything in particular. Just held it for a while, the way you hold a thing that has been yours long enough to feel like a part of your body. The Georgia number sat on their phone screen. Sol set the guitar down and went to pack. Calvary was 4 hours south, depending on traffic. Sol had made the drive before. They knew exactly how long it took and exactly what it felt like, the way Atlanta released you gradually, the suburbs thinning out, the billboards changing their concerns, the landscape going flat and then gently rolling, the air coming through the vents smelling more and more like somewhere that remembered their name. They didn't think about that part. They thought about what to pack. Chapter 2, The Particular Weight of a Voicemail. Sol called Scylla at 7:15 the next morning, which was as early as either of them considered acceptable. The phone rang 4 times, which meant Scylla was already up and choosing whether to answer, which she always did before she picked up, a brief, invisible calculation about whether she had the bandwidth for whatever was coming. I heard, Sol said when she answered. Bernice called you. Last night. A pause. Dishes in the background, or something like dishes, Scylla communicated a great deal through ambient sound. I was going to call you this weekend. You were going to wait until the weekend. I was going to have more information by the weekend. This was the shape of them, Sol saying the plain thing, Scylla reframing it as something more defensible, neither of them quite wrong. They'd been doing this for 30 years, the particular negotiation of two people who loved each other in a language that didn't have great words for the thing itself, so they used the words they had and the other person translated. How bad is it? Sol asked. Dr. Antrim says another month, maybe 2. Hospice is they're already involved. Sol stood at the kitchen window with their coffee. The street below was doing its morning thing, a man walking a very small dog with great seriousness, a delivery truck idling, a woman in scrubs moving quickly toward the bus stop with the walk of someone who was going to make it but only just. Ordinary Friday morning. The kind of morning that continued happening regardless of what you learned in it. She asked about you, Scylla said. Not in a, she wasn't guilting me. She just asked. What did she ask? She asked if you were happy. Sol didn't say anything. I told her you were busy, Scylla said, which was her version of a kind lie, or possibly her version of the truth. She said, that's not what I asked. A pause, and Sol could hear the small compressed sound of Scylla not letting herself laugh at that. She's still herself. I know. Are you going to come? Sol had already pulled up the route on their laptop the night before, sometime between holding the guitar and not playing it and finally going to bed at midnight. 4 hours, 12 minutes without traffic. The drive down I-75 that they knew by the quality of light through the windshield as much as by the signs. I'm going to cancel my sessions, Sol said. And reschedule the students. I have 4 this week. So yes. So yes. Another pause, longer this time, with something different in it. Tobias has been coming by, Scylla said, in the careful tone of someone offering information they're not sure will be welcome. To sit with her. A few times a week. She likes having him there. Sol had not thought about Tobias Elam in any sustained way for several years, which had required a low-grade ongoing effort they'd gotten so accustomed to they no longer noticed it. The name landed with the small, specific weight of something you'd been trying not to drop. Good, Sol said. That's good. He's doing well. He's the youth pastor now at Mount Calvary. I heard that. From who? Sol hadn't heard it from anyone. They'd seen it on Facebook 4 years ago during a weak moment and then closed the tab. I don't remember, they said. Scylla let that go, which was its own kind of mercy. Drive careful, she said. Stop for real food somewhere. Not a gas station. I'll stop. I mean it. Scylla. I know. But she said it the way she always said things she didn't actually intend to stop saying. After they hung up, Sol stood in the kitchen for a while doing the inventory that the next few weeks were going to require. The sessions first, Marcus would be annoyed, but Marcus was always in some state of annoyance. It was his natural condition. The students were harder. Destiny especially, who had her first recital coming up and who would take a cancellation personally regardless of the reason, the way 15-year-olds took everything personally because they hadn't yet learned that most things weren't about them. Sol made a list on a notepad, the way they did for everything that mattered. Lists kept the anxiety from pooling. The music notebook was on the bookshelf, where it always was, a black hardcover moleskine, half filled with fragments, chord progressions, lyrics that were mostly placeholder syllables waiting for words to arrive. Sol had been carrying the same notebook, or successive identical notebooks, since Berkeley. It was the one continuity they'd allowed themselves. Some people kept journals, Sol kept musical sketches, which amounted to the same thing. They stood with the notebook in their hand for a moment and then put it back on the shelf. Then took it back. Then stood there holding it, which was its own answer. The bag took 40 minutes to pack, which was 20 minutes longer than it should have taken and 20 minutes shorter than Sol would have admitted to. Efficiency was a thing Sol was privately religious about, the right container for each thing, nothing redundant, nothing forgotten. The first version of the bag was 3/4 practical and 1/4 wrong, and Sol repacked it with the same focused attention they brought to a difficult arrangement, extracting what didn't belong and replacing it with what did. The notebook went in the front pocket. They called Marcus from the car, before leaving the parking garage. He took the news with the particular silence of someone counting to 10, and then said it was fine, they'd push the sessions, whatever Sol needed, which was how Marcus always responded to personal emergencies because he had 3 daughters and a wife he adored and consequently found it impossible to be unsympathetic for more than a few seconds. Sol thanked him and meant it. The 4 student calls went less evenly. Destiny's voicemail was professional and left no room for argument. Sol had perfected the pedagogical tone of "this is not a negotiation" after years of teaching teenagers. Whether Destiny would receive it that way was a separate question Sol would deal with by text later. By 10:30 they were on I-75 South, the city peeling away behind them in layers. First the downtown cluster, glass and steel doing their best against a sky that hadn't fully committed to the day yet. Then the sprawl, which went on longer than it should have, the way sprawl always did. Then the exits getting farther apart. Then the particular quality of Georgia outside Atlanta, the land reasserting itself, kudzu advancing on every available surface with the patient aggression that Sol had always found either menacing or admirable depending on their mood. The radio stayed off for the first hour. Sol tapped rhythms on the steering wheel, a thing they did without deciding to do it, the body keeping time the way bodies kept time when the mind was elsewhere. Something in 5/4, slightly irregular. Working something out. They'd been back to Calvary exactly 3 times since leaving at 18. Once for Mama Cee's 75th birthday, which had involved a Saturday and a Sunday and an exit Sunday afternoon before the second service could materialize. Once for a cousin's wedding, same formula. Once for a funeral, not Mama Cee's husband, he'd died before Sol was old enough to know him, but for a great-aunt whose name Sol could barely place now, which said something about the kind of attendance that funeral had been. 3 visits in 23 years. Sol had always framed this. When framing was required, as distance in the geographic sense. Atlanta was 4 hours. The sessions didn't allow for easy weekends. The students had recitals. The framing had worked well enough that Sol had largely stopped examining what it was framing. Around Forsyth, they stopped for gas and a sandwich that was better than a gas station sandwich had any right to be. Sat in the car and ate it, watching a man try to coax a shopping cart back into the corral with the energy of someone who had made a commitment to the task and was going to see it through regardless. Sol watched him for longer than was strictly necessary. The sun was doing something complicated with the clouds over the tree line. They called no one else. There was no one else to call, which was a thing Sol had arranged deliberately and had largely stopped noticing. Back on the highway, the music notebook in the passenger seat where they'd set it without thinking, Sol drove south through the middle of Georgia on a Friday morning in the kind of weather that couldn't decide anything, and the skyline of Atlanta was gone from the rearview mirror before they'd thought to look for it. The radio stayed off. The tapping on the steering wheel continued. 5-4. Something with a question in it. Chapter 3, The Town Remembers You Differently. The town had not changed in the ways Sol had been bracing for and had changed completely in ways they hadn't thought to brace for. The Piggly Wiggly was a Dollar General now. The hardware store that had anchored the main block for as long as Sol could remember had become a vape shop, which felt like a metaphor for something, though Sol couldn't decide what. The Baptist church on Route 9 had a new digital sign out front cycling through messages at odds with each other: Jesus saves, and then, 10 seconds later, fish fry Saturday $12 per plate. Both seemed sincere. There was a traffic light at the intersection of Fletcher and Main that Sol was almost certain hadn't been there before, and they slowed for it out of reflex before trusting their own memory and going through. The light was red. But the Dairy Queen was still there, and the elementary school with the mural of a bulldog wearing a graduation cap, and the church of Mama Cee's 60 years, Mount Calvary African Methodist Episcopal, the white clapboard and the dark green doors and the oak tree in the front yard that was 100 years old if it was a day, and that Sol had climbed approximately 10,000 times between the ages of 6 and 12. The oak tree had not changed. Trees that size earned the right to stay exactly as they were. The house was on Linden Street, 4 blocks from the church. Sol had driven this route 10,000 times more than they'd climbed that tree. They sat in the car for 2 minutes after parking. This was not anxiety, they told themselves. This was logistics. They were organizing their approach. Then they went in. The smell hit them in the doorway, the way it always did: something slow-cooked, old wood, a soap that Mama Cee had been buying from the same place for 40 years, and that Sol associated with nothing so much as the specific safety of being somewhere that had been waiting for you. The house held the smell the way a cast iron pan holds heat, in the material of the thing itself. Scylla was in the kitchen, which was where Scylla always was when there was a crisis, because managing a crisis required the same equipment as managing a kitchen, and Scylla was fluent in both. She had the reading glasses on that she refused to admit she needed, and she was making a list of something on a legal pad, and when Sol came through the door she looked up and said, "You made good time," and then stood up and hugged them in the efficient way she hugged, both arms but brief, communicating the thing without dwelling in it. "How is she?" Sol asked. "Better today than yesterday." Scylla said it the way you said things that were true and not comforting at the same time. "She's been asking to see you since I called Bernice." "You mean since before you called me?" "I mean since I told Bernice to call you," Scylla said, without apology, because she was Scylla. "She's resting now. She'll be up in an hour." Sol set their bag down and looked at the kitchen the way they looked at any space they needed to inhabit, taking inventory, understanding the geography. The kitchen had a geography that hadn't changed since 1987, the gas range with the one temperamental burner, the window over the sink that looked out on the backyard garden, the shelf where the recipe cards lived in an index box that Mama Cee called her library. The cast iron skillet was on the stove, seasoned to a darkness that was almost mirror bright, sitting where it always sat. On the counter near the window, the Bible, a large, worn King James with a cracked spine and a rubber band around the middle holding something inside, some pressed thing or folded paper that had earned its place. Sol noticed both objects without examining why they noticed them. Eat something, Scylla said. I ate on the road. Eat something real. Sol sat at the kitchen table and ate leftover field peas and cornbread because it was easier than the alternative, and Scylla went back to her list, and they talked the way they always talked when they were in the same room with an emotion that was too large for direct address. They talked around it, about logistics, about Mama Cee's prescriptions and the hospice schedule and whether the upstairs bathroom faucet was still dripping, which it was. The church is going to want to help, Scylla said. Food, people coming by. You know how they are. I know how they are. Mama's been a member for 60 years. They're not going to leave her alone in this. Sol understood this as information and also as preparation. Okay, they said. Tobias especially. Scylla said it carefully, looking at her list rather than at Sol. He's very attentive. He takes his job seriously. So you said. I'm just saying don't be strange about it. I'm not going to be strange about it. Scylla looked at them over her reading glasses in the way that meant she had opinions about that claim but was choosing not to voice them, which was its own form of voicing them. Mama Cee was smaller than Sol remembered. This was the thing no one warned you about, the way an illness worked on a person's size before it worked on anything else. She'd been a compact woman always, the kind of person who took up exactly the space she needed and no more, with a presence that made the room recalibrate itself to her. But she was smaller now, the bed larger around her, the pillows doing more structural work than they used to. Her hair was in 2 white plaits that she did herself every morning, Scylla said, refused to let anyone help with, and this seemed right, this seemed like Mama Cee, insisting on her own plaits right up until she couldn't. Her eyes, though. Her eyes were exactly the same. There you are, she said, the way you said something you'd been waiting a while to say. Not accusatory. Just factual. Sol sat in the chair someone had pulled up to the bedside for exactly this purpose, and took her hand, which was smaller too but still had the same quality of hands that had been working hands their whole life, the density of them, the particular weight. Here I am, Sol said. You look tired. I drove 4 hours. You always look tired when you haven't been sleeping. She examined Sol with those unchanged eyes. Are you sleeping? Some. She said it with a particular compression that contained everything she thought about some as an answer to that question without requiring her to say any of it. Sit with me a while. They sat. The room had the specific quiet of a room where someone is resting most of the day, a different quality of quiet than empty rooms had, warmer somehow, inhabited. The afternoon light came through the curtains and made patterns on the floor. Sol didn't try to fill the silence, which was not something they had always been able to do, and Mama Cee noticed this the way she noticed everything, without commenting on it. Scylla says the church has been coming by, Sol said eventually. People have been very kind. She said it with a particular equanimity, the way she said most things. Brother Wendell comes on Tuesdays. Sometimes he stays an hour, sometimes 5 minutes. He never calls first. A pause. I appreciate that. I don't always have the energy for being called first. Sol understood this. Being called first meant having to be ready. Brother Wendell apparently knew something about that. And Tobias, Sol started. Tobias is good company. Her tone didn't invite elaboration, which meant she had elaboration available but was choosing the oblique approach, which was always her approach. She would give you the thing sideways and let you work out the angle yourself. Sol had been working out her angles for 41 years and was still not always fast enough. She squeezed Sol's hand. Play at Sunday service while you're here, she said. It was not a request, exactly. It was also not a request. Just to keep the peace. Sol looked at her. Between who? The corner of her mouth moved in the direction of a smile. Between you and everywhere you're trying to avoid. I'll think about it, Sol said. I know you will, she said, and closed her eyes. You'll think about it and then you'll play, because you always do the thing you've already decided to do and then spend time pretending you haven't decided yet. You get that from your grandfather. Sol sat there holding her hand while she drifted back towards sleep, and thought about how there was nobody on earth left who remembered their grandfather well enough to say things like that. Nobody except this woman. Who was smaller now. Who was doing her own plates every morning by herself, in this room, until she couldn't. They sat a while longer. Outside, a mockingbird was working through its repertoire in the oak tree, which had also not changed. Later, in the kitchen, Sol picked up the cast iron skillet from the stove to rinse it, and Mama Cee's voice came clearly from the back bedroom. She had always had that quality of presence, the ability to fill more house than she occupied. Don't use soap on it. I know, Sol called back. A pause. I know you know, she said. I just like saying it. Sol stood at the sink with the skillet and the hot water and said nothing for a while, and Scylla worked at the counter beside them, and it was almost easy. Two people who knew how to be in a kitchen together, who had the same muscle memory about the same objects, who had been shaped by the same woman in the same rooms. Almost easy. The way most things between them were almost something. She wants me to play Sunday, Sol said. Scylla set down what she was doing. Turned to look at Sol with an expression that was very carefully not an expression. Are you going to? I said I'd think about it. The careful non-expression held for another moment. She'll be glad, Scylla said finally, and went back to what she was doing, and that was the whole conversation. The mockingbird outside had moved on to something new. Sol dried the skillet and put it back on the stove in exactly the place it had always been. Chapter 4, Tobias Elam, still in good shoes. Mount Calvary AME on a Sunday morning was exactly what Sol had been afraid it would be, which was to say, beautiful. This was the problem with Mount Calvary. It refused to be dismissible. Sol had spent 23 years constructing a version of this church in their memory that was easier to stay away from, all its complications foreground, its beauty in the background, the way you remembered an ex-relationship if you were smart about it. But the church was not cooperating with that memory. The light through the stained glass at 8:45 in the morning was the precise amber of childhood, and the oak pews had the smell of 100 years of furniture, oil and devotion, and someone had hung a new arrangement of silk flowers near the baptismal that was wrong in color but right in spirit, and Sol sat in the back pew and felt the specific dislocation of a place that had changed and hadn't changed and you had changed and you hadn't changed, all of it true simultaneously. They'd agreed to play. This had happened the way Mama Cee predicted. Sol had spent 2 days thinking about it and then called the church to say they'd sit in with the band, because they'd already decided and needed a few days to catch up to their own decision. Reverend Fitch had been gracious about it on the phone, in the particular way of a man who expected things to go his way and consequently could afford to be gracious when they did. The band was under-rehearsed but devout, which Sol had always thought was the truer condition for church music anyway. Devout could carry you through a lot of wrong notes. There was a bassist named Earl who had the most important quality a bassist could have, which was an innate understanding of when not to play, and a woman on keys named Sister Adiz whose left hand was extraordinary and whose right hand was making different choices that Sol was going to need to accommodate. The drummer was 17 and enthusiastic. You could work with enthusiastic. Sol played the chord progressions they'd been handed the night before, the ones they'd looked at in bed with the reading lamp on and their guitar in their lap, finding their way back into a harmonic vocabulary they'd set down 15 years ago and then carefully avoided setting back down. The hands remembered it. That was the disturbing part. The hands remembered it immediately, the voicings, the spaces, all of it sitting in the muscle memory like something that had never left because it knew it was going to come back. They did not play from the front. They sat in the second row of the musicians' area with a direct sight line to the congregation and to the pulpit and to the doors, which Sol had identified in the first 5 minutes as the important geography. Reverend Fitch was commanding in the pulpit, the way large men with trained voices were commanding, not menacing, not particularly warm, but filling a room with the quality of a person who believed he was exactly where he was supposed to be. Sol had known him most of their life and had never figured out how to feel about him, which was perhaps the most honest thing they could say. The children's message came before the sermon. Tobias walked to the front with the easy authority of someone who had done this 1,000 times and still meant it every time, and sat on the steps of the chancel, and the children arranged themselves around him in the way children arrange themselves around adults who have cracked the code of not condescending to them. He was wearing a gray suit with a tie that was a very particular shade of blue that was either extremely fashionable or entirely personal, and Sol could not decide which, only that it was absolutely Tobias, the same man who had been wearing interesting ties since junior year of high school when he discovered thrift stores. The children's message was about listening. Not the kind of listening that waited for its turn to talk, Tobias said, but the kind that actually took something in. He asked a girl of about 7 whether she could tell the difference, and she said yes, you could feel it in your stomach, and Tobias said that was exactly right and looked genuinely pleased, the way he'd always looked when a kid got to something true before he expected them to. Sol watched him and felt something complicated and familiar, the way you felt the music of a place you'd grown up in, recognition that was also distance. After the service, the fellowship hall filled with the specific noise of a congregation that had known each other for decades, loud, overlapping, full of references Sol didn't have the context for anymore. People recognized Sol, Celestine's grandchild, the word passed around, came down from Atlanta, plays music, and were kind in the way Southern church people were kind to the ill relative's family, which was to say, genuinely, efficiently, and with food. 3 separate people pressed phone numbers on Sol with instructions to call if there was anything they needed, and Sol accepted the numbers and would not call them, and everyone understood this was the transaction. Tobias found them by the coffee table. He was maybe 2 inches shorter than Sol remembered, or Sol was standing straighter, or memory had done what memory did with people you hadn't seen in years and given him slightly more height than he'd actually had. He was 39, the same 2 years younger than Sol that he'd always been, and he looked like himself, a little softer around the edges, the beard his congregation apparently approved of, those good shoes, and he broke into a smile when he saw them that was not a performed smile, not a pastoral smile, just Tobias, 20 years old again for about 3 seconds before the present reasserted itself. Sol Voss, he said. Tobias Elam, Sol said. They hugged the way old friends hugged when they weren't sure how much had changed, briefly, firmly, with a little more distance than close friends used. Then Tobias stepped back and looked at them with the particular attention of someone who was genuinely glad to see you and was not going to pretend otherwise regardless of what composure required. You sounded good up there, he said. Like you never left. Sol looked at him. That's what I was afraid of. Something in Tobias's face moved, recognition, maybe, or something adjacent to recognition, and then the pastoral composure came back down like a window being lowered. Not false. Just professional. Sol recognized the mechanics of it because they had their own version. They talked for 20 minutes in the fellowship hall while the congregation moved around them. Tobias asked about Atlanta in the way of someone who had never lived in a city and was curious about cities as a concept. Sol answered in the way of someone who had stopped being impressed by the city they lived in approximately 8 years ago. They talked about Mama Cee, carefully, the way you talked about someone who was dying when you were both trying to stay functional, and about the church band, and about whether Earl had always been that good or whether Sol was misremembering, and Tobias said Earl had been exactly that good since 2019 and Sol should hear him play jazz sometime. Sol noticed, without meaning to notice and then having noticed, unable to unnotice, that Tobias navigated certain topics the way you navigated furniture in a room you knew was poorly lit. Careful. Precise. Knowing the shape of the thing he wasn't going to run into. He talked about the congregation and the youth group and his work, and he used we the way he had apparently always used we, inclusive and pastoral, the habit so old it had become the man, and he never used I in combination with any particular pronoun or name or companion or weekend, the omission so practiced it had become seamless. Sol said nothing about this. They filed it away in the place they kept things they weren't going to examine right now. There's a vote coming up, Tobias said, just before they parted. At the church. A formal measure. He said it with the careful neutrality of someone who had prepared for this sentence. I wanted you to know about it. In case it was something you wanted to be here for. Sol looked at him. What kind of vote? The board will announce it formally next week. He glanced at something past Sol's left shoulder, which was his tell. Sol recognized it from adolescence, the way Tobias looked away from a thing he was not quite saying. I'll explain more when I know more about where things are landing. Sol didn't push. They understood, on some register they didn't fully examine yet, that the vote was already legible, its shape, if not its specifics. They'd grown up in this church too. They knew what kinds of things got voted on. Okay, they said. Tobias nodded. Looked at them directly again, with something that was not quite relief. I'm glad you're back, he said. Whatever the reason. Sol walked back to the car in the early Georgia afternoon, with the amber lights still doing what it had been doing to everything all morning, and they thought about the vote and the blue tie and the 17-year-old drummer and the chord progressions their hands had remembered without being asked. At home, Mama Cee was in the kitchen, humming the hymn Sol had played that morning. The exact same one. She was humming it to the window over the sink, to the garden, to no one in particular, the way she hummed sometimes when she thought she was alone. Sol stood in the doorway and listened and did not ask her about it. Some things you filed away. Some things you let hum. Chapter 5, The House Where Nobody Has to Explain Themselves. Sol had not consented to Wednesday evening. This was the thing they wanted to be clear about, at least to themselves, as Bernice Osei walked them up the front path of a house on Elm Street and said, "It's very casual, you don't have to stay the whole time, I just think it would do you good to get out of that house for a few hours," which was the kind of thing people said to you when you were the out-of-town relative of someone who was dying, and which Sol had learned to deflect efficiently in the past week and a half. Except that Mama Cee had said, that morning, "Bernice is going to ask you to go somewhere with her tonight and you should go," and when Sol had said where, Mama Cee had said somewhere good, and that had been the end of the conversation because Mama Cee was still fluent in the language of ending conversations she didn't want to continue. So here Sol was. Not consenting but present, which with Mama Cee had always been close enough. The house belonged to a woman named Loretta, who answered the door with the decisive warmth of someone who had been hosting things in her home for years and had opinions about how a threshold should be crossed. She took Sol's jacket. She said she was glad they'd come. She did not ask Sol any questions, which Sol noticed and appreciated in the way of someone who has been asked too many questions. Inside, the living room had been rearranged into something that was not quite a meeting and not quite a gathering and not quite a church service, and was all three of those things in the way that the best versions of things are usually all three. Chairs of varying heights and origins formed a rough oval, dining chairs, folding chairs, a love seat that had been angled in, and they were mostly occupied by a range of people that did not cohere into any single demographic Sol could have named. There were 8 people, then 9 when Sol came in, then 10 when a young woman arrived 5 minutes later and sat on the love seat with the ease of someone at home. The young woman had a face that showed everything she was thinking, which was either a gift or a liability depending on the company, and she caught Sol's eye when she sat down and gave them a look that said, "This is my spot and I know everyone here and you're new but that's fine," all of it in approximately a second, and then she turned her attention to the front of the room. At the front of the room was Deshara Okafor. Sol had known, in the theoretical way of things Scylla mentioned in passing and Sol didn't ask follow-up questions about, that there was a woman who had started some kind of house church after leaving Mount Calvary. Sol had constructed a version of this woman from the scanty materials available. Someone nursing a wound, probably, someone who had organized their grief into a Wednesday night meeting, someone who would be immediately legible as an alternative to the old church. A type. Deshara Okafor was not a type. She was standing near the window, talking to someone, finishing a conversation before the meeting started, and she was wearing a deep burgundy sweater and reading glasses she'd pushed up onto her head. They would migrate 3 different times in the next 2 hours. To her head and then her nose and then somehow to her coat pocket, and her locks were falling loose over one shoulder and she was arguing about something in the fond, animated way of people who argued because they liked thinking more than they liked being right. She was not performing anything. She was just there, fully, taking up the space she took up without apology or announcement. She looked up and saw Sol and said, "You must be Celestine's grandchild," and it was not a question. Sol said. "Yes." Deshara. She crossed the room and shook their hand, which was a surprisingly formal thing to do in a living room, and then immediately informal because her handshake was not formal, it was just a handshake, direct and brief. "I'm glad you came. Celestine's been talking about you." Sol filed this next to Tobias's version of the same information and said, "She's been talking to a lot of people, apparently." The corner of Deshara's mouth moved. "Sit anywhere," she said. We're about to start. The meeting opened with a question. Not a prayer, not a hymn, not a welcome, a question that Deshara put to the room the way you put something on a table and said, "Look at this with me. What's the difference between doubt and disbelief, and does that difference matter?" The room engaged with this the way rooms engaged with questions that were real questions, meaning, not all at once and not all in the same direction. A man named Harold said that doubt was what you had when you were still inside something, trying to understand it, and disbelief was what you had when you'd stepped outside. A woman's soul didn't know said she wasn't sure you could always tell which side of the door you were on. The young woman on the love seat, Imani, soul would learn later. Imani said things with the directness of someone who hadn't yet acquired the habit of self-editing, said that she thought the whole framework was a little too architectural, like faith was a building you were either in or out of, and she didn't experience it that way, she experienced it more like weather. Weather, soul thought, without meaning to think it. That's a better word. Soul said nothing for most of the meeting. They sat in a dining chair between Bernice and a man whose name they'd already lost and listened in the specific way they listened to music they were learning, not passively but not performing engagement either, just taking it in, sorting it, finding the through line. The through line, they noticed, was that nobody in this room was trying to resolve anything. They were content to hold a question open, to turn it over, to disagree with each other about it in a way that was interested rather than combative. Soul had been in enough spaces, enough church services, enough intellectual conversations, enough dinner tables where someone was always the smartest person in the room, to recognize the difference between people performing openness and people actually practicing it. These people were practicing it. Imperfectly, with occasional friction, but practicing it. Near the end of the meeting, Deshara said, "I want to open the floor to anything else before we close," and there was a beat, and then Soul said, not having planned to say anything, the words arriving before the decision to say them did, "There's something about music in silence. The way a piece of music uses silence as part of the structure, not as the absence of sound but as sound with a different texture. I think some of what you're describing about doubt is like that. The question isn't filling in space where an answer should go. It's the silence that's already part of the music." The room was quiet for a moment. Deshara looked at Soul the way a musician looked at someone who had just played something they hadn't expected, focused, suddenly, with the quality of attention that only landed when something real had been said. "Yes," she said. "That's it exactly." Soul had not meant to say anything. They were already recalculating. After the meeting, people lingered. Coffee appeared from somewhere. Imani asked Soul 3 rapid questions about session work in Atlanta that suggested she had done prior research on session work in Atlanta, which Soul found disconcerting and also charming in an annoying way. Harold asked whether Soul planned to be in town long. Soul gave their standard answer, which was a while, which was true in the same way that some was true when Mama Cee asked about sleeping. Deshara moved through the room the way a good host moved, checking in, listening, not hovering. Soul watched her without watching her, the peripheral vision monitoring of someone who has trained themselves not to stare. She talked to everyone differently. Not differently in the way of someone performing versatility, but differently in the way of someone who had actually paid attention to each specific person and knew what they needed. When people started leaving, Deshara drifted toward the door, the host's gravity, the natural endpoint of the evening pulling her, and ended up beside Soul, who was collecting their jacket from Loretta. "Walk you to your car?" Deshara said. They walked. The night was mild for Georgia in this season, and the street was quiet, and Deshara walked with her hands in her pockets and didn't try to fill the space between them with anything, which Soul noticed in the way of noticing a thing that should have been ordinary and wasn't. At Soul's car, Deshara said, "Mama Cee talks about you. The musician. The one who built something good for themselves up in Atlanta." She paused. "She's proud of you. She says it like it's just a fact." Soul stood with their keys in their hand. The night was very quiet. "I didn't know she thought of it that way," they said, which was true, and which they had not expected to say. Deshara looked at them for a moment, nothing evaluative, just present, the attention she gave everything. "Come back Wednesday if you want," she said. "There's no obligation." "Okay," Soul said. "I mean it about the no obligation." "I know." She went back up the path, unhurried, and went inside. The porch light was on. Sol sat in the car for a full 2 minutes before starting it, staring at nothing in particular, and then drove the 4 blocks home. In the kitchen, the Bible was on the counter where it always was, and the skillet was on the stove where it always was, and the house smelled the way it smelled, and Mama Cee was asleep in the back bedroom. Sol sat at the kitchen table and turned over what Deshara had said. She says it like it's just a fact. Outside, Calvary, Georgia was doing what small Georgia towns did on Wednesday nights, which was mostly nothing, and the dark was the specific dark of a place without many streetlights, and Sol sat in their grandmother's kitchen and thought about music and silence and the difference between doubt and disbelief and a woman in a burgundy sweater who had not tried to charm them, which was the most effective charming Sol had ever encountered. They didn't examine any of it. They just sat there thinking about it. Except they were already home. That was the problem. Chapter 6: What the Vote is Actually About. The church band rehearsed on Wednesday evenings, which meant Sol was now spending Wednesday afternoons at Mount Calvary AME and Wednesday evenings at Loretta's house on Elm Street, and telling no one about the second half of that arrangement. This did not feel like deception so much as compartmentalization, which Sol had always been better at than most people and which Mama Cee would have seen through in approximately 40 seconds if Sol had been foolish enough to mention it. The band ran through 3 hymns and a call-and-response piece that Sister Adiz had arranged herself, tighter than last week, which was encouraging, though the drummer still rushed the 4th beat in anything over 110 beats per minute. Sol made a note to work on this with him separately, then remembered they were not the band leader and it was not their place to schedule sectionals, and put the note away. Old habits. After rehearsal, while people were packing up and talking in the particular overlapping way of musicians who had just made something decent together, Sol became aware of being talked around. Not excluded, included, even, handed coffee by Brother Marcus and asked by Sister Adiz whether they'd always played with such a light touch or whether that was something you developed. But underneath the normal conversation was a secondary conversation moving at a different frequency, assembled from glances and pauses and the way 2 people stopped talking when Sol walked into a certain radius. The vote. It moved through the rehearsal room like weather, present everywhere, named nowhere. Someone said the meeting and someone else said what Brother Fitch is proposing and a third person said I just think we need to be prayerful about it in the tone that meant they had already formed a view and were packaging it as openness. Sol listened without appearing to listen, which was something session musicians got very good at. You spent enough time in a room where the music was being made about something the musicians couldn't say directly, you learned to hear the thing underneath the thing. Deacon Horace, who had known Sol since they were 7 years old and still addressed them as little Celestines, said, unprompted, while putting his bass guitar in its case, I hope whatever happens, it doesn't split us. We've been through too much to split over a piece of paper. He didn't look at Sol when he said it. He was addressing the general air of the rehearsal room, or possibly God, or possibly both. Amen, said someone from the back. Sol said nothing. They were getting a lot of practice at saying nothing and meaning several things by it. Tobias called at 8:30, just as Sol was pulling into Loretta's parking spot for the house church. You busy? About to be, Sol said. Can we talk after? A pause. Tonight? Give me 2 hours. I'll come to you. The house church ran until 9:45, which was longer than usual because Deshara's discussion question, what do we owe each other in disagreement? Turned out to be one of those questions that opened into a much larger room than the one you'd expected to find. Sol participated more than last week. They couldn't help it. The question had its hands on something real. Tobias was at the church when Sol arrived, which surprised them, not that he was there, but that he was there in the way of someone who had been there a while, sitting in the second pew from the front in the dark sanctuary with just the ambient light from the parking lot coming through the windows, not doing anything in particular except existing in the space. It looked like what Sol had heard described as prayer but what Sol had always suspected might be something more like thinking that happened to be addressed to someone. He heard Sol come in and turned around and said, "Hey," and patted the pew beside him. Sol sat. The sanctuary at night was a different room than the sanctuary on Sunday morning, quieter in a way that had less to do with noise than with the absence of intention. On Sunday, everyone brought their intentions with them and the room filled up with them. At night, alone, the room was just itself. They sat for a moment before either of them spoke. "So," Sol said. "So." Tobias looked at the cross at the front of the sanctuary. An old one, plain wood, the kind that had survived a dozen different fashions in church decor because it had the quality of not trying to be anything other than what it was. "You've heard things. From the band." "I've heard the shape of a thing," Sol said. "I haven't heard the specifics." Tobias nodded slowly. The measure was brought by 3 families. The Brewers, the Holloways, and Sister Patricia Odom, who is 81 years old and has been in this church since before either of us was born and genuinely believes she is protecting something. He said this last part carefully, which Sol noted. He was practicing fairness as a discipline. It cost him something. The language is, it codifies membership criteria. Explicitly. Around sexual orientation and what they're calling lifestyle congruence with biblical teaching. They want to vote on who belongs, Sol said. They want to vote on who belongs formally, Tobias said. As opposed to the informal version of that vote, which has been happening here my entire life without anyone calling it a vote. The distinction landed quietly. Sol turned it over. When? 3 weeks. Maybe 4. Reverend Fitch is, he's not opposed to the measure. He wouldn't have let it come to a congregational vote if he were. But he also isn't driving it. He's been very careful about what he says. A pause. He's been very careful about what he says in front of me, specifically. Sol looked at him. In the dim light, Tobias had the quality of someone who was holding something heavy and had been holding it long enough that the holding had become its own kind of posture. Tobias. I know. He said it the way you said something you'd said to yourself many times, that had worn itself smooth with repetition. I know what you're thinking. I'm not thinking anything. Sol meant it. They weren't thinking, they were listening, the way they'd been taught by 23 years of session work to actually listen, which meant making space for the thing rather than filling ahead of it. I'm waiting to hear what you want to tell me. Tobias was quiet for a while. Long enough that the silence in the sanctuary shifted from comfortable to something with more weight in it. I'm afraid, he said finally, that who I am and what I believe can't both be true at the same time. The words settled into the room like something that had been waiting a long time for air. Sol said, I've been afraid of the same thing. For different reasons. Tobias looked at them. Something moved across his face that Sol didn't try to name. Yeah, he said quietly. I thought maybe. They sat with that for a while. The parking lot light came through the windows and made long rectangles on the pew in front of them. The cross at the front of the room didn't change. Can you be a shepherd and a politician at the same time? Sol asked. It was what he'd said in the rehearsal room, or close to it, the language Deacon Horace and Sister Patricia and the general air of things had been using. They wanted to see where Tobias would go with it. That's the question, isn't it? He turned it back without deflecting, which Sol noticed. Progress, or the night, or the particular quality of the dark making him less careful. A shepherd goes after the one. A politician counts the 99. A long pause. I've been counting the 99 for a long time. He asked a question then, his tell, the pivot away from the thing he'd just said, about how Sol was finding the band, whether they'd consider staying on for another few weeks. Sol answered. They talked for another half hour about things that were both smaller and, in their own way, connected to everything they'd just said. Before Sol left, Tobias said he was glad they'd come back. The same thing he'd said in the parking lot after that first Sunday, but it meant something different in the dark. On the drive home, Sol's phone buzzed on the passenger seat. They glanced at it at a red light. Imani Price, hey, are you coming back Wednesday? Asking for a friend, the friend is me. Sol looked at the message for the length of the red light. Then the light changed. They set the phone down and drove. They would answer. They just needed 2 hours and a night's sleep before they could figure out what to say, which was its own kind of answer. They screenshot it, they didn't examine why, and kept driving. At home, the kitchen light was on, which meant Mama Cee was up. She was at the kitchen table, not doing anything in particular, the Bible open in front of her but not being actively read, just open the way the Bible tended to be open in her kitchen, the way other people left the radio on. She had her reading glasses on and a cup of something that had probably started as tea and was now room temperature. She looked up when Sol came in. "Long night," she said. It wasn't a question. "Band rehearsal and then errands," Sol said, which was technically true if you allowed for a generous definition of errands. Mama Cee made a sound that might have been agreement. She was humming something, low and half-absent, the same hymn she'd been humming for the past 2 weeks, the one Sol had played that first Sunday, the one that had lodged itself in the house like a draft from a window you couldn't find. She hummed it the way she breathed, without deciding to. Sol got a glass of water and sat down across from her, which was not something they'd planned to do. The kitchen at 11 at night had a particular quality, the overhead light making everything warmer than daytime, the rest of the house asleep, the two of them in the small lit circle of the table. "You should sleep," Sol said. "I'll sleep," Mama Cee said, the way she said most things she was going to do when she was ready and not before. She turned a page in the Bible without looking at it. "You doing all right?" "Yes." She looked at them over her reading glasses, which was the look that had been making Sol tell the truth since they were 4 years old. "All right enough," Sol amended. The corner of her mouth moved. "That's closer," she said. She went back to her Bible and her humming, and Sol sat with their water in the kitchen that smelled like old wood and the soap she'd been buying from the same place for 40 years, and neither of them felt the need to make anything more of it than it was. Chapter 7, Seasoned Over 40 Years. Sunday afternoon in Mama Cee's kitchen had always operated by different rules than the rest of the week. The weekday kitchen was functional, prescriptions on the counter, the hospice nurse's clipboard on the chair by the door, Scylla's lists and Sol's lists and the general administrative apparatus of a household managing something large and slow. But on Sunday afternoons, after service and the fellowship hour and the long drive home, something shifted. The clipboard stayed on the chairs. The lists got turned face down. Mama Cee moved to the stove with the deliberate unhurriedness of a woman who had been getting to Sunday afternoons her whole life and understood their specific value. This Sunday, she was making her chicken and dumplings. Not teaching Sol. Not demonstrating. Making, with Sol beside her because Sol was there and the kitchen was where people went in this house when they wanted to be somewhere together without having to say so. Sol had learned more about their grandmother in kitchens than in any other room. It was where Mama Cee became most legible, least careful about what she revealed. "Hand me the time," Mama Cee said. Sol found it in the spice cabinet, which was organized in a system that would have been opaque to anyone who hadn't grown up with it, not alphabetical, not by cuisine, but by some internal logic of Mama Cee's that had to do with how often a thing got used and what it lived near in her mind. Sol knew where the time was. They'd always known where the time was. How much? Enough. She took it from them and used it without measuring, the way she used everything without measuring, the quantities stored somewhere below the level of conscious thought. Your great-grandmother cooked this way. Her mother too. Nobody wrote it down for the first 100 years. Someone wrote it down eventually. I wrote it down. Mama Cee stirred with the big wooden spoon that was older than Sol and showed it. Because I had a grandchild who I knew was going to live far away and I wanted them to be able to feed themselves properly. A pause. The cards in the library, second row, under Sunday. Sol thought about the index box on the shelf. The recipe cards organized by day of the week, which had always seemed like one of the most Mama Cee things imaginable, not by dish or ingredient but by when a thing belonged. Sunday would have the most cards, probably. They worked in the kitchen the way they'd worked in every kitchen together, which was to say, without consulting each other much, because the choreography had been there long enough to not require words. Sol chopped when the chopping needed doing and got things when things needed getting and stayed out of the way when staying out of the way was what was needed. Mama Cee stirred and seasoned and added and tasted again with the patience of someone who had learned that cooking and rushing had nothing to say to each other. The Bible was open on the counter by the window, where it always was on Sundays. Sol had noticed it enough times now to stop actively noticing it. It had become part of the kitchen's geography the way the skillet was part of the kitchen's geography, present and expected and full of its own history. But this afternoon, at an angle from where they stood chopping celery, Sol could see a few lines of a margin note in Mama Cee's pencil. Neat handwriting, smaller than you'd expect. A question mark at the end. They couldn't make out the words without moving closer, and something in them chose not to move closer. Not yet. Tell me about your grandmother, Sol said. Mama Cee looked at them sidelong. My grandmother. You've told me about her cooking. You've never told me much about her. A pause, not a reluctant pause but a gathering pause, the kind that preceded something that needed to be gotten right. The spoon made slow circles. Her name was Ruby. She was born in 1901, which meant she was a girl during things I can barely make myself think about directly, and she came out of it the way people come out of things they shouldn't have had to survive, with a faith that was not simple. Mama Cee tasted the broth and added a small amount of something from a jar. She didn't talk about God the way the church talked about God. She talked about God the way she talked about the land, something real that could also be hard, that didn't owe you anything but was there. Sol listened. This was the Mama Cee mode they'd always learned the most from, not when she was answering a question but when she was following a thought. She had doubts? Sol asked, because the thought was leading somewhere and Sol wanted to see where. She had a relationship, Mama Cee said, as if doubt was a lesser category. You don't have doubts about things you don't care about. Ruby cared. She argued. She spent a whole summer not going to church because the preacher said something she believed was wrong, and she sat with her Bible at the kitchen table every Sunday morning instead and had her own service, and then she went back in the fall when she was ready. A beat. The preacher never knew. Nobody knew except the family. That sounds like you, Sol said. Mama Cee's spoon kept moving. It sounds like us, she said, quietly. The women in this family have always found our own ways to stay and our own reasons to come back. It's not stubbornness. She thought about it. Well, it is stubbornness. But it's also something else. The dumplings needed to be made. Sol washed their hands and took up a position at the counter with the flour and butter, and Mama Cee called out measures from memory, 1.5 cups, 2 tablespoons, not too much or they'll be heavy, and Sol followed, and the kitchen filled with the particular smell of raw dough and something slow-cooked and late afternoon Georgia sun coming through the window. They worked quietly for a while. The kind of quiet that had things in it. Deshara Okafor is a good woman, Mama Cee said. Not preambled. Not connected, on the surface, to anything that had just been said. Sol's hands kept working. I know she is, Sol said. Good. Mama Cee went back to her stirring. That was the whole conversation. It sat in the kitchen between them, small and complete, carrying everything it needed to carry without requiring anything else. Sol didn't ask how Mama Cee knew Deshara well enough to say that with that particular quality of certainty. They didn't ask why she'd said it at this moment, or what she meant them to do with it. They understood that when Mama Cee offered something sideways, it was because the thing was real and she wanted it to land softly. Asking for clarification would have been like grabbing a soap bubble to get a better look at it. The dumplings went in. The lid went on. Mama Cee lowered the flame to where she wanted it and then stood at the stove with the spoon in her hand and the particular satisfaction of someone who has done the thing and now the thing is doing itself. Sit with me on the porch? Sol said. She considered this. Going to the porch in the afternoon required the cane and the specific energy it took to get from the kitchen to the front door, which was not always available. But she said, 15 minutes, which was Mama Cee for yes. Sol brought the guitar out because it was easier to carry it than to explain why they'd left it inside. Mama Cee settled into the porch chair that had been hers for 30 years, a wide wicker thing with cushions that had faded from green to something between sage and gray, and folded her hands in her lap the way she did when she was preparing to enjoy something. The street was doing what it did on Sunday afternoons, not much, and slowly. A few cars. The Osei family's dog investigating something across the yard. The light coming through the oak tree in the church's yard, 4 blocks away visible at this angle, doing the same amber thing it did to everything in late afternoon. Sol played. Not the hymns from Sunday service. Not anything in particular, just the kind of playing that happened when you stopped deciding and let the hands do what they've been accumulating. Something slow and modal, with a lot of space in it. The chord progressions from the church, but opened up, with room for weather. Mama Cee stopped at the doorway instead of taking the chair, leaning against the frame as far as she'd agreed to come. She'd stopped at the threshold and leaned against the frame with her arms folded, which Sol had noticed and not said anything about, because she was still listening and the distance didn't matter. Neither of them spoke. The mockingbird in the backyard oak had a new set of material it was working through. The light went golden and then more golden and then began the slow project of leaving. When Sol finally set the guitar down, they looked back and Mama Cee was still in the doorway, her eyes somewhere past the yard, somewhere Sol couldn't see. Her face had the quality of someone very far inside something. Then she looked at Sol and her eyes were just her eyes again, present and sharp and the same as they'd always been. "Come eat," she said. "The dumplings are ready." They went in. Chapter 8, 3 communities, 1 protagonist, no good map. The next 2 weeks had a particular texture that Sol would not have been able to describe to anyone without sounding like they were complaining, which they weren't, or like they were grateful, which was also not quite right. The texture was more like 3 different kinds of music playing at the same time, each in its own key, each internally coherent, the combination requiring constant real-time adjustment. Sunday mornings, Mount Calvary AME. Sol in the musicians area with Earl and Sister Adiz and the 17-year-old drummer whose name was Marcus Jr., not after the Marcus from the Atlanta studio, just a coincidence that Sol found faintly amusing and mentioned to no one. The hymns. The stained glass doing its amber morning business. Reverend Fitch in the pulpit. Tobias with the children. Sol playing chord progressions that their hands had stopped finding strange. Wednesday evenings, Loretta's house on Elm Street. The mismatched chairs and the questions that didn't resolve and Deshara's reading glasses migrating between her head and her nose and Imani saying the thing everyone was thinking before anyone had finished thinking it. The coffee that appeared from somewhere after and the conversations that kept going in smaller clusters as people drifted toward the door. The rest of the time, Linden Street. Mama Cee's prescriptions and the hospice nurse's visits on Tuesday and Thursday mornings and the particular management of days that were sometimes better and sometimes not. Scylla had gone home the week before, her own job, her own life, the commitments she deferred as long as she could, and called every day from Atlanta at 7 in the morning, which Sol answered in the kitchen before the rest of the house was awake. Sol's Atlanta life was becoming theoretical. Marcus, the real Marcus, from the studio, had called twice. Sol had called back once and left a voicemail and not followed up when he didn't respond, which was not like either of them. 3 of the 4 students had found temporary arrangements with other teachers. The 4th, Destiny, had sent a series of increasingly pointed text messages that Sol had answered with increasingly short replies, and both of them knew the conversation they were having underneath the conversation they were having, which was, "How long are you going to be gone / I don't know yet / that's not an answer / I know." It was not an answer. Sol was aware of this. The church band was getting better, which was both satisfying and inconvenient. Inconvenient because better meant Sol was more invested, more present, already knowing which hymns needed work and having opinions about the arrangement of the offertory music that they'd stopped keeping to themselves after the 3rd Sunday. Earl had taken to saving the chair next to him for Sol without being asked. Sister Adiz had started sharing her arrangements before service, in the way musicians shared work with someone whose opinion they'd decided to trust. Marcus Jr., after Sol had spent 20 minutes one Thursday afternoon working with him on the 4th beat problem, had taken to nodding at Sol with the grave seriousness of a teenager who was trying not to show how much something had mattered to them. "You've got them information," Tobias said after the 2nd Sunday, with something that was amusement but also genuine appreciation. "I'm not trying to. I know. That's why it's working." The observation settled somewhere Sol didn't examine. The Wednesday before the 3rd week, the house church had a problem. It started, these things usually started, with something small. A question about the space. someone had asked whether the meetings would keep rotating between members' living rooms or whether Deshara was thinking about finding a more permanent location. The question was logistical on its surface and was not logistical underneath, the way most questions about church spaces were actually questions about ownership and center and who got to decide. A man named Douglas, quiet until now, clearly not quiet as a habit, said he thought a permanent space would help with growth. A woman named Renata, who had been in the house church since nearly the beginning, said she thought growth wasn't the point, that the intimacy of the living rooms was the thing that made this different. Douglas said that exclusivity could dress itself up as intimacy. Renata said that scale could dress itself up as generosity. Deshara moved between them with the skill of a mediator and the slight rigidity of someone mediating a dispute about something that was also about them, her space, her founding vision, her decisions. Sol watched her hands, which moved expressively when she talked about things she cared about and which were very still right now. She heard both sides and offered a synthesis that was thoughtful and slightly too controlled, the synthesis of someone who had already decided and was retroactively framing it as process. Douglas accepted this with the look of someone accepting something they didn't accept. Renata said she needed to think about it. The meeting ended 20 minutes earlier than usual. Afterward, while people were collecting coats and cups, Imani appeared beside Sol and said, under her breath, "It's been coming for a while. Douglas thinks Deshara runs it like it's hers." "It is hers," Sol said. "Yeah," Imani said. "That's kind of the problem." Sol watched Deshara across the room, talking to Douglas with careful patience, and thought about the difference between building something and keeping it. They were related skills, but they were not the same skill. The thing that happened on a Wednesday night in the third week was not planned. Sol went to the house church. Then, instead of going home, they drove to Mount Calvary. The parking lot was empty, the building dark, but Sol had been given a key code for the side entrance to facilitate band practice, and went in through the sanctuary. No particular reason. Or, not a reason Sol was going to examine. They sat in the musicians' area and picked up one of the spare guitars they'd left there for practice, a battered Alvarez that wasn't their acoustic, that didn't have the Berkeley crack near the heel or the accumulated weight of 23 years of thinking, and started to play. The hymn came without invitation. The one Sol had been playing for 3 Sundays, the one Mama Cee hummed in the kitchen, the one they'd looked at the sheet music for so many times it had moved below the level of reading and become the level of knowing. In the empty sanctuary, alone, with just the parking lot light making its rectangles through the windows, they played it through once, slowly. Then again. Then again. Something happened. Sol was not going to call it what it might have been called by someone with a different vocabulary for such things. They were not going to put a word on it. It was not an epiphany, it didn't land like an epiphany, didn't have that quality of arrival, the sensation of a missing piece clicking into place. It was more like a door opening that they hadn't known was a door. A sense of space where there had been wall. They didn't try to name it. They didn't journal it. They didn't call anyone. They kept playing for a while, and then they stopped, and then they sat in the empty sanctuary for a long time, alone, in the particular quiet of a building that is only ever quiet when everyone who fills it has gone home. When they left, the night air was cooler than they'd expected. They stood in the parking lot for a moment, keys in hand, looking at nothing in particular. They drove home. They didn't call anyone. They didn't try to explain it to themselves. Some things needed to be carried for a while before they could be looked at directly. Brother Wendell came on Tuesday as he always did. Sol was in the kitchen when he arrived. The knock at the door was recognizable now, brief and specific, a knock that said, "I'm here, I don't need fanfare," and let him in and offered him coffee, which he accepted in the way he accepted everything Sol offered, with a brief nod that contained a complete sentence. He was with Mama Cee for 40 minutes. When he came out, he stood in the kitchen for a moment with his hat in his hands. Sol was washing the skillet. "She's still herself," he said. As if Sol had asked. As if they'd been in the middle of a conversation. "She is," Sol said. He put his hat back on. "Mama Cee has always been proud of you," he said, looking at a point somewhere between Sol and the window over the sink. "She doesn't make a thing of it. But it's there." A pause. Thought you should know. He left before Sol could think of what to say. The door closing behind him had the quality of a completed sentence. Sol stood at the sink with the hot water running and let it run for a moment before turning it off. The skillet was already clean. They'd been cleaning a clean skillet. They put it back on the stove. Stood there. Carried the thing Brother Wendell had said from room to room with them for the rest of the day, the way you carry something you don't have a place for yet but know you're going to need. On the third Sunday, Sol attended the morning service at Mount Calvary. On the third Sunday, Sol also attended the evening gathering that Deshara had started, a looser thing than the Wednesday meetings, more informal, sometimes just 4 or 5 people and sometimes 10, in someone's backyard or at Loretta's or once on the steps of the library when Loretta's oven caught fire and all plans dissolved. Sol went to both. They told no one. Both communities thought of Sol as someone who came on their day. Neither was wrong. Neither had the whole picture. Sol moved between them with the care of a musician playing in 2 different keys simultaneously, possible if you were very precise about where you put your hands. They did not examine whether this was sustainable. They did not examine very much, those 2 weeks. That was the point. Chapter 9, What Deshara Okafor Has Learned About Staying. It started with chairs. The Wednesday meeting ran long, a conversation about grief that had started as a tangent off the main discussion and then turned out to be the main discussion, and by the time it ended, it was past 10 and the room was in the specific disorder of a gathering that hadn't quite finished before people had to leave. Folding chairs stacked. Dining chairs needed to go back to the table. A plate of something someone had brought and nobody had touched. Loretta had a 7 a.m. shift the next morning and had said goodnight with the particular graciousness of a host who trusts her guests enough to let them close up. Sol was stacking a folding chair when Deshara picked up the other end of it. "I've got it," Sol said. "There are 4 more," Deshara said. Which was not an argument but was also not an argument. They stacked the chairs together. Then the dining chairs went back. Then the plate of untouched food went into Loretta's refrigerator. By the time the room was returned to itself, it was 10:15 and Deshara was sitting at the kitchen table looking at her phone with the slightly glazed expression of someone who had just finished facilitating 2 hours of emotional labor and was temporarily out of words. "Coffee?" Sol said. Deshara looked up. Considered. "It'll keep me up." "Tea. I genuinely cannot tell if I care about sleeping tonight." She put her phone face down. "Yes. Tea." They ended up staying 2 hours. Not because either of them had planned to. But there was a quality to Loretta's kitchen at 10:30 at night, the overhead light humming, the street quiet outside, the house church chairs visible through the doorway stacked in their patient corner, that made leaving feel like interrupting something. And Deshara had started talking in a different register than she talked in during the meetings, less facilitative, less carefully open-ended, just herself in a kitchen, tired in the honest way of someone whose guard had stood down for the night. She told Sol how she'd come to leave Mount Calvary. Not dramatically, she'd given Sol the outline of it, briefly, in passing, but now she gave it with the texture of something she'd made peace with imperfectly and knew it. She'd been the choir director for 9 years. She'd been good at it, genuinely good, the kind of good that people said something happened to this church's music when she arrived, which she knew because Mama Cee had told her, which was the kind of testimony you believed. And then she'd come out to herself at 40, which she'd known for 20 years and had managed to not know for 20 years, and then she'd come out to Reverend Fitch because she'd decided she could not keep doing the work she was doing from inside a lie. "What did he say?" Sol asked. Deshara's hands, which had been moving while she talked, went still. Her tell, Sol was learning. "He said he valued me. He said he wanted to handle it with care. He said the congregation needed time. A beat. He said all of this very kindly. And then, 6 months later, he restructured the choir director role and the new job description had a clause about faith alignment with the church's teachings, and the person who wrote the description had clearly looked up the specific language very carefully, and I was invited to apply but, she stopped. Looked at the table. "I didn't apply." "I'm sorry," Sol said. "I know." She looked up. I'm not telling it as a wound story anymore. I mean, it was a wound. It still is, in the scar tissue way. But I've been out of it long enough to see the shape of it from a distance, and the shape of it is, he was afraid, and he made the institution do what afraid people make institutions do, and I lost something I loved, and I built something else. A pause. The house church is something else. Why does it matter that it's something else? Sol asked. Why not just find another church? One that was already open? Deshara thought about this. Not the deflective pause of someone buying time, but the real pause of someone who was actually considering. Because I didn't want to be a guest somewhere someone else built, she said finally. I wanted to build something. For people who needed somewhere that was built with them already in mind. Her hands moved again. Also, honestly, because some people needed somewhere to be, and I was the one who knew how to make somewhere, so I made it. And you needed somewhere to be, too, Sol said. Deshara went still. The kitchen hummed. The refrigerator clicked and settled. Outside, a car passed, its headlights sweeping briefly through the window and then gone. Yes, she said. Quietly. Not like a confession. Like the answer to a question that hadn't been asked before, and she'd been waiting for it without knowing she was waiting. Yes. I needed somewhere to be too. It was the first fully unguarded thing either of them had said to the other. It landed in the kitchen with the weight of something real, and neither of them tried to move past it quickly. Sol asked more questions, and Deshara answered them, and then Deshara asked questions, not about the church or the vote but about the music, specifically, about what it was like to do session work, what you were listening for, what it felt like to play in service of someone else's vision rather than your own. Sol found themselves explaining the thing they rarely explained, the reason session work had felt like the right life even when people who didn't understand it questioned why someone as skilled as Sol wasn't fronting their own project, that there was a particular kind of attention required when the song wasn't yours, when your job was to hear what it needed and give it that, and that this kind of attention, practiced long enough, changed the way you listened to everything. What are you afraid to find if you stay? Deshara asked. The question arrived without warning, which was how the real questions always arrived in Deshara's company. Sol looked at her. The reading glasses were on her nose, pushed up slightly, and she was watching Sol with the quality of attention she brought to the things she cared about most, total, unhurried, genuinely interested in the answer. That it'll have been here the whole time, Sol said, and stopped. That what will have been here? Sol turned the thought over. Looked at it from the side. Something I was looking for. And that the looking was, that the distance was unnecessary. They shook their head. I can't say it more specifically than that. You don't have to, Deshara said. I got it. They let it sit there, incomplete. The incompleteness was honest. At some point someone noticed it was past midnight and they both moved toward their coats in the way of people who have been somewhere longer than they expected and haven't minded. At the door, Deshara said she was glad Sol kept coming on Wednesdays, and Sol said they were glad to come, and both of those things were true with a completeness that simple social exchanges rarely had. Sol drove the 4 blocks home in the dark. In the car, before getting out, they sat for a moment with the engine off and the street quiet and the sense of something they were not going to examine tonight, not because it was bad but because it was large and they wanted to carry it carefully. They were falling for someone. They were aware of this in the way you became aware of something you'd known for a while but had been busy not knowing, all at once, and with the slightly vertiginous feeling of a floor that was still there but had disclosed itself to be higher than you'd thought. Deshara Okafor. Who had built something out of her own wreckage and knew exactly what it had cost. Who asked real questions and waited for real answers. Who went still instead of filling silence, and whose hands moved when she talked about the things she loved. This complicated every calculation Sol had been making. They were aware of that too. They got out of the car. The night was mild and the street was quiet and the kitchen light on Linden Street was on, which meant Mama Cee was awake, which meant Sol was going to go in and sit across from her at the kitchen table and probably not say anything about any of this, and Mama Cee was going to know anyway, because she always knew, because some people had that quality, and it was one of the many things Sol was going to lose when she was gone. They went inside. Chapter 10, The Hymn I Didn't Know I Knew. It was a Thursday night, and Sol had no reason to be at the church. This was the thing they kept coming back to, later, when they tried to understand what had happened, the absence of reason, the way the evening had assembled itself without their participation. They'd been at the house on Linden Street. They'd had dinner. They'd sat with Mama Cee while she slept, the room its usual quiet, the hospice nurse's last note on the clipboard saying good day, stable. And then, somewhere around 9 o'clock, they'd found themselves in the car. They'd told themselves they were going to get air. They'd told themselves they were going out for no reason in particular, which was true in the same way that most of Sol's movements these days were true, accurate on the surface, less so underneath. They drove to Mount Calvary. The parking lot was empty. The building was dark except for the light by the side entrance, the small sodium glow that stayed on all night the way certain kinds of faithfulness stayed on, not dramatic, just continuous. Sol used the key code for the side entrance and went in through the back corridor, past the Sunday school rooms, into the sanctuary. They weren't sure why. They were getting less sure why about more things, which was either a development or a problem, and they hadn't decided which. The sanctuary at night. They'd been here once before like this, the evening with Tobias, after the house church, when they'd sat in the second pew and had the conversation that was several conversations at once. But that had been two people bringing the weight of their histories into a room. This was different. This was just Sol, and the room, and the parking lot light making its patient rectangles through the stained glass. The colors were different at night. During service, the stained glass gave amber and blue and a deep particular red that landed on the white of Reverend Fitch's collar and made it look like something from a painting. At night, the glass filtered the sodium parking lot light into muted versions of those colors, grayer, quieter, more uncertain. More honest, maybe, about what it was, just glass with color in it, doing what it could with what light was available. Sol went to the musicians' area and found the Alvarez, the spare guitar they'd been leaving here, the battered one, the one that had no history with them and consequently no expectations. They sat in the second chair, the one Earl had started saving for them, and tuned it by ear in the dark. Played something. Stopped. Played something else. And then, without deciding to, played the hymn. They'd been playing it for weeks, every Sunday service, at Mama Cee's request or beyond her request, the request having become irrelevant as the hymn had moved from a signed piece to something else. They'd been playing it so often that it had lost the texture of a specific song and become more like a practice, the way certain scales become a practice. But now, alone, at whatever time Thursday night had become, they played it slowly and with all the space they usually compressed out of it for the purposes of keeping a congregation together. The sanctuary did something with the sound. Acoustically, it wasn't surprising: high ceilings, old wood, plaster walls, the specific reverb of a room that had been resonating for 100 years. Sol knew the physics. But the physics didn't quite account for what the sound did in the room, or what the room did with the sound. The way it opened it up and held it and gave it back changed. The hymn in this room, alone, without the 17-year-old drummer or Sister Adi's particular left hand or the congregation's voices coming in on the second verse, was a different thing than the hymn on Sunday morning. Sol played it through once. Then again. Then again. Something happened. They were going to be careful with this. They were going to resist the available vocabularies, the religious vocabulary and the skeptical vocabulary both, each of which would have resolved the thing into its own preferred shape. What happened was not an arrival. It was not a visitation. It was not the presence of something that had been absent. It was more like, the room had always been larger than they'd understood, and they'd just noticed. A door they hadn't known was a door. Space where there had been wall. They kept playing. They played the hymn until it stopped being the hymn and became something else that still had the hymn's shape, the way a conversation can go beyond what it started as without losing what it started as. Their hands found variations they hadn't planned. The music made decisions the musician was slightly behind. This had happened to Sol before, in session work sometimes, in the rare hours of a gig when everything clicked into something larger than the sum of its parts, but it had always been with other people, other musicians, the thing arising from the intersection of separate intentions. This was alone. This was a conversation with a room. Sol did not know what to call this. They sat in the empty sanctuary for a long time after the guitar went quiet. The parking lot light continued its patient sodium work. The stained glass held its muted colors. Outside, Calvary was doing what Calvary did at this hour, which was mostly sleep. They thought about Mama Cee humming this hymn in the kitchen. The way she'd hummed it to the garden window, to no one, without deciding to. For how long had she been humming it? Longer than Sol had been back. This was her hymn, and Sol had been playing it for weeks without knowing that, had been drawn to it on the sheet music without knowing why, had learned it the way you learn things that suited you before you understood why they suited you. The connection landed the way accidental connections landed, not with the drama of discovery but with the quiet weight of something that had been true for a while before you knew it. Sol didn't move for a long time. When they finally stood and put the guitar back and walked to the side door, they were not transformed. They understood this. Whatever had happened in the room had not resolved their ambivalence or answered the questions that had been accumulating since they drove south from Atlanta on a Saturday morning 5 weeks ago. They were not healed. They were not converted. They were not anything they could name. They were opened, in some way they didn't have language for. That was all. And it was, not nothing. In the parking lot, the night air was cold enough to be real. Sol stood beside the car and looked up at the sky, which was doing what Georgia skies did on clear nights, presenting more stars than Atlanta ever allowed, and then looked back at the building, which was dark and ordinary and had been standing in this location for longer than anyone currently alive could personally vouch for. They got in the car. Before they started the engine, they picked up their phone. Have you ever had an experience you couldn't explain with any framework you had available? They sent it before they'd finished deciding to send it. The question hung in the sent message blue, already irrevocable. The 3 dots appeared. Stopped. Appeared again. Yes. More than once. Sol sat with the phone in their hand and Deshara's 4 words on the screen and the empty church behind them. They thought about the house church question, weeks ago. What's the difference between doubt and disbelief? They thought about Imani saying faith was more like weather. They thought about Mama Cee's Bible open on the counter with its rubber band and its secrets. They didn't continue the thread. Not tonight. Tonight the message was enough. The fact of having someone who would answer that question at this hour with 4 words that contained a whole history, that was enough for tonight. They drove home through the dark streets of Calvary, the song still in their hands. Chapter 11, Imani says the thing out loud. The diner was the kind of place that existed in every small town Sol had ever driven through, formica tables, coffee that had been sitting too long, a laminated menu with breakfast served all day because breakfast was the only thing people could agree on. Imani had suggested it after house church with the casual confidence of someone who knew exactly where they wanted to go and saw no reason to pretend otherwise. Best pie in Calvary, she'd said, which Sol suspected wasn't saying much given that Calvary had exactly 2 diners and a Dairy Queen. But they'd said yes anyway, partly because turning down the invitation felt harder than accepting it, and partly because they'd started to notice how Imani asked questions like she genuinely wanted the answers. Now they sat across from each other in a booth by the window, the Sunday afternoon light doing its best to make the diner look more appealing than it was. Imani had ordered coffee and pecan pie. Sol had ordered coffee and nothing else, then changed their mind when the pie arrived looking better than expected. 2 forks, Imani told the waitress, who brought them without comment. They ate in companionable silence for a minute. Outside, Calvary was doing its Sunday afternoon thing, people driving home from church, a few cars at the gas station, the particular quiet that settled over small towns between lunch and evening. Sol watched a family load into a minivan across the street, 3 kids moving with that specific Sunday slowness that came from being made to sit still for an hour. So, Imani said, breaking off a piece of pie with her fork. Tell me about session work. Sol looked at her. What do you want to know? Everything. Like, how do you even get into that? Do people just call you? Is there an audition? Do you have to know the song beforehand or do they just hand you sheet music and expect you to figure it out? The questions came rapid fire, genuine curiosity without performance. Sol found themselves answering more thoroughly than they usually did when people asked about work. It's mostly networking. Someone hears you play, remembers you're reliable, calls you when they need someone. You show up, you listen to what the producer wants, you play what serves the song. They took a sip of coffee. Sheet music if you're lucky. Usually it's charts, sometimes just chord progressions. Sometimes the producer plays you a reference track and says, something like this but different. That sounds stressful. It's clarifying, actually. There's no ego in it. You're not the song. You're in service to the song. Imani considered this, fork halfway to her mouth. Is that how you think about music at church too? Being in service to something? I try not to think about it too much. But you are. Thinking about it. She said it gently, but with that particular directness Sol had started to recognize as Imani's default mode. You've been coming for weeks now. Playing every Sunday. That's not nothing. Sol turned the coffee mug in its hands. Through the window, the family had finished loading up. The minivan pulled away, leaving an empty parking space that lasted about 30 seconds before someone else claimed it. I'm here because my grandmother asked me to be. Imani took another bite of pie. And you're playing in Deshara's house church because she invited me. And you keep showing up because. Sol looked at her. Imani looked back, waiting, that quality of attention that was somehow both relaxed and completely present. Not pushing, exactly. Just not letting Sol off easy. I don't know, Sol said finally. That's fair. Imani pushed the pie plate toward the center of the table, invitation to take more. Sol did. Can I ask you something? You've been asking me things for 20 minutes. Something different. Imani leaned back against the booth. Do you believe in God? There it was. Sol had been waiting for this question, or some version of it, since they'd started attending the house church. Had prepared several versions of their standard answer, the one about complicated relationships with organized religion, the one about finding spiritual meaning in music, the one about not being sure what God meant anymore. What came out instead was, I believe in music. Imani smiled. That's not what I asked. I know. They sat with that for a moment. The waitress came by with more coffee, topped them both off without asking. The diner was starting to fill up, the after-church crowd, people still in their Sunday clothes, pulling tables together for groups of 6 and 8. Sol recognized a few faces from Mount Calvary. Nobody approached their table. Deshara talks about you, Imani said, changing direction so smoothly Sol almost missed the shift. When you're not in the room. Sol felt something tighten in their chest. Kept their voice level. Does she? She says you listen in a way most people don't. Like you're actually paying attention to what someone means, not just what they're saying. Imani broke off another piece of pie. She says it's a musician thing. The way you track multiple lines at once. Sol didn't know what to do with this information. Took another sip of coffee to buy time. She talks about everyone. Not like that, she doesn't. The words hung there. Sol looked out the window again. The parking lot. The gas station across the street. The ordinary Sunday afternoon continuing its ordinary business while Sol sat in a booth trying to figure out how to respond to being told that someone they were carefully not thinking about was thinking about them. You don't have to say anything, Imani said. I'm just telling you what I noticed. What everyone's noticed, actually. Everyone. It's a small church, Sol. We notice things. Sol found themselves almost laughing. That's what I'm afraid of. What, being seen? Imani said it lightly, but there was something serious underneath. That's kind of the whole point, isn't it? Of church, I mean. Being seen. Being known. The whole, come as you are, thing actually meaning something. I've been coming as I am to churches my whole life, Sol said. It never meant what it said it meant. So what makes you think this one's different? It was such a direct question that Sol had to pause and actually consider it. Why did they keep coming back? Why had they said yes to the house church in the first place? Why were they sitting in this diner with Imani instead of finding a polite way to decline? I don't know if it is different, Sol said slowly. I don't know if any church can actually be what it says it wants to be. Okay. Imani leaned forward, elbows on the table. But what if the point isn't perfection? What if the point is just honesty? Sol looked at her. I don't need the church to be perfect, Imani continued. I just need it to be honest. About what it is, about what it's struggling with, about who gets to belong and who doesn't. She paused. Deshara's church, the house church, it's not perfect. People disagree all the time. Last week Marcus and Deshara got into it about substitutionary atonement for like 45 minutes. But at least it's honest. At least nobody's pretending we all think the same thing. Sol thought about Mount Calvary. About the upcoming vote that everyone was carefully not mentioning in service. About Tobias navigating his pastoral duties while hiding half of himself. About their grandmother loving the church and also clearly having complicated thoughts about it, if the Bible marginalia was any indication. The vote, Sol said. At Mount Calvary. You know about it? Of course. Imani's voice was matter-of-fact. Exclusion measure, right? Trying to make official what's already been unofficial policy. And you're okay with me being there? Playing in that band? Are you okay with it? Sol opened their mouth. Closed it. That was the question, wasn't it? The one they'd been avoiding asking themselves directly. I don't know, they said finally. My grandmother asked me to. And it feels like maybe understanding why she loved that place, even with all its problems, is part of understanding her. But I also feel like I'm betraying something by being there. Or someone. Deshara? Maybe. Myself, maybe. I don't know. Imani was quiet for a moment, considering. When she spoke again, her voice was gentler. You know what Deshara said when someone asked her if she was upset that you were playing at Mount Calvary? Sol hadn't known anyone had asked. What? She said, Sol's grandmother is dying. Sol gets to honor that however makes sense to them. That's not my business to approve or disapprove. Imani took a sip of her coffee. Then she said, also, honestly, I'm glad someone good is in that band. Maybe they'll finally sound less like a punishment. Despite themselves, Sol laughed. It was such a Deshara thing to say, the combination of serious principle and casual irreverence. She's pretty great, Imani said, watching Sol's face. In case you were wondering. I wasn't. Liar. Sol looked at her. Imani grinned, unrepentant. They finished the pie. The diner had filled up properly now, every booth occupied, the noise level rising to that particular Sunday afternoon pitch. Sol felt the urge to leave rising, that familiar instinct to extract themselves before the conversation went somewhere they couldn't control. But they stayed. Ordered more coffee when the waitress came by. Let Imani talk about her week, about the programming job she did remotely, about her roommate's chaotic love life. Easy conversation. The kind that didn't require performing or explaining. When they finally did get up to leave, standing in the parking lot by their respective cars, Imani said, Hey, Sol? Yeah? That question I asked. About believing in God. She adjusted her bag on her shoulder. You don't have to answer it. But you should probably keep asking it. You know? Sol nodded. Didn't trust themselves to say anything that wouldn't sound either too much or not enough. Also, Imani continued, for what it's worth, I think the fact that you don't have easy answers is maybe more honest than all the people who claim they do. Just saying. She got in her car and drove off with a wave. Sol stood in the parking lot for a moment longer, watching the Sunday afternoon continue its business around them. I don't need the church to be perfect. I just need it to be honest. The words followed them into the car. Followed them on the drive back to the house on Linden Street, where Mama Cee would be sleeping or awake, better or worse, present or drifting. Followed them as they parked and went inside and found their mother in the kitchen, methodically chopping vegetables for something that wouldn't be ready for hours. Scylla looked up when Sol came in. "Good church?" "Yeah," Sol said. Then, because Imani's directness was apparently contagious, I went to the house church. Then got pie with Imani Price. Scylla's hand stilled on the cutting board for just a moment. Then resumed. "The young woman with all the questions?" "That's the one. She seems smart." "She is." Scylla scraped the chopped vegetables into a bowl. "Your grandmother's been asking for you." Sol headed toward the stairs, then stopped. Turned back. "Mom? Do you think church can be honest? Actually honest, I mean. Not just saying it." Scylla set down the knife. Looked at Sol with that expression that meant she was choosing her words carefully. "I think some people in every church are trying to be honest. And some people are trying to feel safe. And sometimes those are the same people on different days." She picked up the knife again. "Why?" "Just something someone said." Sol went upstairs, the question still turning over in their mind. Found Mama Cee awake, propped on pillows, looking out the window at the oak tree that was now more bare branches than leaves. "How was your morning?" Mama Cee asked. "Complicated," Sol said, pulling the chair closer to the bed. "But in a good way, maybe." Mama Cee smiled that small smile that meant she already knew something Sol hadn't figured out yet. "Good," she said. "Complicated is honest work." She reached for Sol's hand, and Sol gave it, and they sat like that while the afternoon light moved across the floor and the question Imani had asked sat in the room with them, patient and unanswered, waiting. Chapter 12, The Conversation We've Been Avoiding. Tobias texted on a Wednesday evening, "Drive?" One word. No context. But Sol knew immediately what he meant. The old adolescent habit they'd fallen into together years ago, back when neither of them had the vocabulary for what they were feeling and driving gave them something to do with their hands. They'd drive out to the county line, past the churches and the gas stations and the houses with their porch lights on, and talk or not talk, and eventually work their way around to whatever they'd needed to say. They hadn't done it in 23 years. Sol texted back, "When?" 20 minutes. "I'll be outside." Mama Cee was sleeping. Scylla was reading in the living room, the lamp throwing its small circle of light over her chair. Sol grabbed their jacket from the hook by the door. "Going out," they said quietly. Scylla looked up from her book. "Everything okay?" "Yeah. Just, Tobias wants to drive." Something shifted in Scylla's expression. Recognition, maybe. She'd been young once too, in this same town, with her own friends and her own things that needed driving to make sense of. "Your phone's charged?" "Yes." "Okay." She went back to her book, then added without looking up, "Drive safe." Tobias's car pulled up exactly 20 minutes later, a newer Honda sedan, sensible and clean, the kind of car a youth pastor drove because it sent the right signals about responsible adulthood. He'd had a beat-up Civic in high school, had driven it into the ground senior year. Sol remembered pushing it out of a ditch once at 2 in the morning while Tobias swore and apologized and swore some more. They got in without much ceremony. Tobias had coffee in the cup holder, gas station coffee, which meant he'd been planning this for more than 20 minutes, had probably been working up to the text for days. Sol didn't comment on it. Just buckled in and waited. Tobias drove. They took the old route without discussing it, out of town on Highway 27, past the Dollar General and the Mexican restaurant that had gone in where the video rental place used to be. Past the Baptist church with the marquee that rotated inspirational messages weekly. Past the turnoff for the lake where everyone went in summer to pretend Calvary had a beach. The night was clear. Cold for November but not brutal yet. The kind of night where you could see the stars if you got far enough from town lights. They drove in silence for a while. This, too, was part of the old pattern, you didn't rush into the conversation. You let the road do some of the work first. Finally, Tobias said, I saw your car at the church last week. Thursday night. You texted Mama Cee about it. She asked me to keep an eye out. Make sure you were okay. He kept his eyes on the road. Were you okay? Sol considered the question. Considered the night in the empty sanctuary, the hymn, the thing that had happened that they still didn't have language for. I don't know. Something happened. I'm still figuring out what. Something good? Maybe. Or not good or bad. Just something. Tobias nodded like this made sense. Maybe it did, to him. He'd spent his whole professional life parsing spiritual experiences, helping teenagers figure out what they meant, what they didn't mean, what to do with them after. They drove past the county line marker. There was a gas station out here that sold boiled peanuts and cheap beer, the parking lot always full of pickup trucks. It was full now, people standing around talking, the easy congregating that happened in small towns where there wasn't much else to do at 9 on a Wednesday night. I need to tell you something, Tobias said. Sol waited. The road ahead was straight and empty, the kind of Georgia highway that went on forever through pine trees and past houses set back from the road, their porch lights the only indication anyone lived there. I've been lying to you, Tobias said. Not directly. But by omission, which is the same thing. Okay. And I've been lying to myself. And to my congregation. And to, he stopped. Started again. I've been lying to God, I think, though I don't know if that's theologically possible. Can you lie to God? I'm not the person to ask about theology. No, but you're honest. Tobias's hands tightened on the steering wheel. You've always been honest, even when it cost you. Especially then. And I've been the opposite. I've been so careful and so managed. Everything I say, everything I do, it's all calibrated to not upset anyone, to not make anyone look too closely. They drove. A deer appeared at the edge of the headlights and Tobias slowed, waited for it to decide which way to bolt. It stood there for a long moment, considering its options, then bounded across the road and disappeared into the trees. I'm gay, Tobias said. Not to Sol. To the windshield, to the road ahead, to the empty highway. I've always been gay. I knew before I knew the word for it. I knew in middle school when everyone else was figuring out girls and I was figuring out how to hide the fact that I wasn't. I knew when I went to seminary. I knew when I was ordained. I've known every single Sunday I've stood in that pulpit. Sol didn't say anything. Kept breathing. Let Tobias have the space to continue. And I thought, Tobias laughed, but there was no humor in it. I thought if I just served faithfully enough, if I just did the work, if I just helped enough kids and preached enough good sermons, it wouldn't matter. I thought God would care more about what I did than who I was. I thought faith was big enough to hold both things. Is it? Sol asked quietly. I don't know. Tobias pulled off onto a dirt road that led to nowhere in particular, just a turnaround people used when they needed to change direction. He put the car in park but left the engine running. I've been afraid to find out. Because if it's not, if who I am and what I believe can't both be true at the same time, then I don't know what I am. Sol looked at him. His profile in the dashboard light. The good shoes, the pressed shirt, the tie he'd loosened but not removed. Everything about him carefully assembled, carefully maintained, carefully in place except for this one huge thing that refused to be managed. I've been afraid of the same thing, Sol said. For different reasons. But the same fear. Tobias turned to look at them finally. That you couldn't be both? Queer and spiritual? That I'd have to choose. That the institution would make me choose, and then I'd resent whichever part one kept. So what are you going to do? I don't know. Sol leaned back against the seat. Through the windshield, the stars were doing their patient work. My grandmother's dying. The church she loved is about to vote on whether people like me belong there. And I'm falling for someone who got pushed out of that same church for asking questions that should have had answers. It was the first time they'd said it out loud. Not to themselves, not in the careful privacy of their own thoughts. Out loud, to another person, in a car on a dirt road at the county line. Tobias was quiet for a moment. Then, Deshara? Yeah. She's good people. I know. Brave, too. What she did, starting the house church after what happened, that took real courage. I know that too. They sat with it. The engine running, the heater making its small mechanical sounds, the night pressing in through the windows. Eventually Tobias put the car back in gear and pulled back onto the highway, heading back toward town. I'm not going to come out, Tobias said after a while. Not at the vote meeting. Maybe not ever, I don't know. But I needed you to know. I needed someone to know who wouldn't make it their job to fix me. I'm not in the business of fixing people. I know. Tobias glanced at them. That's why I could tell you. They drove past the same landmarks in reverse. The gas station with the boiled peanuts. The county line marker. The Baptist church with its marquee, now dark. The Mexican restaurant that had been the video store, that had been something else before that, the storefronts recycling themselves the way small-town storefronts did. When they pulled up outside the house on Linden Street, Tobias put the car in park but didn't turn it off. Whatever happens with the vote, he said, I'm glad you came back. Sol had their hand on the door handle. Stopped. Don't make it sound like it was a choice. Wasn't it? At some point? Sol thought about it. About the first night here, the first Sunday service, the first time Deshara had looked at them and seen something they hadn't known was visible. Maybe, they admitted. Yeah. Maybe it was. They got out of the car. Stood in the driveway while Tobias backed out, his taillights disappearing down Linden Street toward wherever he was going next. Probably home. Probably to the small apartment he kept neat and organized, where nobody asked questions about his personal life because everyone assumed they knew the answers. Inside, Scylla was still reading. She looked up when Sol came in. Good drive? Yeah. Tobias okay? Sol thought about everything that had just been said, everything that had just been shared between two people who'd spent 23 years not having this conversation. He's figuring some things out. Scylla nodded. Went back to her book. And Sol understood that she knew, not the specifics, maybe, but the shape of it. The fact that some conversations required country roads and darkness and the specific safety of a car where you didn't have to look at each other directly. Sol went upstairs quietly. Checked on Mama Cee, who was still sleeping, her breathing even and slow. Stood in the doorway for a long moment just watching, the way you watched someone you loved when you knew the time for watching was running out. Then went to their room. Lay on the bed with their phone in their hand and the whole conversation still turning over in their mind. Tobias's voice saying I've been lying. Their own voice saying I'm falling for someone. Both of them admitting to the same fear in different words. They opened their messages. Scrolled to Deshara's name. Stared at the blank text field for a long time. Finally typed, "Are you awake?" The response came quickly, "Yes." "Everything okay?" "Just thinking." "Dangerous habit." "I know." Sol stared at the screen. Wanted to tell her about the drive, about Tobias, about the way the fear of incompatibility was maybe the thing tying them all together. Wanted to ask if she thought it was possible to be both things at once, queer and faithful, faithful and queer, not choosing, just being. Instead they typed, "Thank you for not making me explain things before I'm ready." Always. One word. But it contained everything they needed to hear right now. The promise of patience. The gift of time. The understanding that some things couldn't be rushed, even when, especially when, they mattered this much. Sol set the phone down. Lay in the dark and listened to the house settling around them. Mama Cee breathing in the next room. Scylla downstairs, turning pages. The old house doing its old house sounds, all its particular creaks and shifts familiar now after weeks of being here. Outside, Calvary was dark except for the streetlights and the occasional porch light left on for someone coming home late. Somewhere out there, Tobias was in his apartment. Deshara was wherever she lived. Sol realized they'd never actually been to her place, didn't know if it was a house or an apartment, what it looked like, what music she listened to when she was alone. So many things they didn't know yet. So many conversations still waiting to be had. But tonight they had this, Tobias's honesty, earned through years of hiding. Their own admission, finally spoken aloud. Deshara's always sitting in their messages like a promise. It wasn't enough. It was also more than enough. Both things true at the same time, which maybe was the lesson trying to teach itself. Sol closed their eyes and let the day settle into memory, already becoming story, already becoming part of whatever came next. Chapter 13, Mama Cee is getting smaller. The decline wasn't dramatic. That was the thing Sol kept coming back to, later, when they tried to make sense of how it had happened so quickly and also so slowly. Mama Cee had been having bad days and good days for weeks now. The hospice nurse had explained this pattern, the way terminal illness moved in waves rather than straight lines. But sometime after the conversation with Tobias, after the drive to the county line, the ratio shifted. Bad days became worse days. Good mornings became rare mornings. And Mama Cee, who had been small but present, began to be small and drifting. It was Friday. Sol knew it was Friday because Scylla had made a grocery list that morning, which she only did on Fridays, and because the hospice nurse who came in the afternoons was Janine, who worked Fridays and Mondays and left notes in the margins of the care log that felt like correspondence with a pen pal they'd never meet. Sol sat in the chair by the window. They'd been sitting in this chair so much that the cushion had taken on the exact shape of their body, a kind of unintentional belonging. Mama Cee was sleeping, or something like sleeping, that state hospice creates where consciousness becomes optional, where the body does its slow work of letting go while the person inside drifts between here and somewhere else. The room was very quiet. Downstairs, Sol could hear Scylla moving through the kitchen with her particular efficiency, the sounds of someone who managed grief by managing everything else, who kept the house functioning because if the house fell apart then everything else would follow. Sol understood this impulse. They just managed it differently, had turned to music where Scylla turned to logistics, both of them keeping their hands busy to avoid looking directly at what was coming. Mama Cee's hand moved slightly on the blanket. Sol reached over and took it, the way they'd been doing for weeks now. Her skin was cool, papery, the bones underneath more prominent than they should be. She'd been getting smaller. Actually, physically smaller, the way terminal illness did its thieving work. Sol, she said without opening her eyes. I'm here. Good. A pause. Breathing. Don't leave before you arrive. It was the second time she'd said this. The first time, Sol had thought it was confusion, the morphine talking, words assembled without meaning. But she'd said it again now, with that same quiet insistence, and Sol understood it was something else. A message. Maybe the message. I don't know what that means, Sol said quietly. Mama Cee's eyes opened. They were clouded today, the sharpness that had come and gone for weeks now mostly gone. But she looked at Sol with something that was still completely present, completely her. You've been running your whole life, she said. Got good at it. Fast. Efficient. I taught you some of that. Taught you how to leave clean, how to take care of yourself, how to not need anybody. She paused, gathering energy. But at some point leaving stops being protection and starts being the thing you're afraid of. Sol's throat tightened. They didn't trust their voice to answer. You're here now, Mama Cee continued. Actually here. Not just visiting, not just checking boxes. But you're still planning your exit. Still mapping the routes out. Her hand squeezed Sol's, the pressure so light it was barely there. Stop planning. Start arriving. She closed her eyes again. The conversation was over, or the energy for it was. Sol sat with her hand in theirs and the words in the room between them. The doorbell rang downstairs. Scylla's footsteps in the hallway. Voices, Scylla's and someone else's, familiar but Sol couldn't place it from here. Then footsteps on the stairs. Scylla appeared in the doorway with Deshara behind her. Something in Sol's chest did a complicated motion. Deshara was here. In Mama Cee's room. During the day, unannounced, with Scylla's clear welcome written all over the way she'd led her upstairs. "She's been asking for you," Scylla said to Deshara, then looked at Sol. "I'm going to the pharmacy. Need anything?" "No. Thanks." Scylla left. Deshara stood in the doorway for a moment, and Sol saw her taking in the room, Mama Cee in the bed, Sol in the chair, the whole long afternoon of decline that had led to this moment. "How is she?" Deshara asked quietly. "Sleeping. Or resting. Somewhere in between." Deshara moved into the room, pulled up the other chair, the one that lived in the corner and had been used by various visitors over the weeks. She sat beside the bed, on the opposite side from Sol, and reached over to touch Mama Cee's other hand gently. Mama Cee's eyes opened. Focused on Deshara. A smile, small but real. "You came," Mama Cee said. "Of course I came." Deshara's voice was soft, intimate, the voice of someone who'd had many conversations in this room that Sol hadn't witnessed. "You asked me to." "When?" "Yesterday. You called." Sol looked from Deshara to Mama Cee and back. Mama Cee had called Deshara. Yesterday. On her own. This wasn't Scylla arranging things or Sol reaching out. This was Mama Cee maintaining her relationships, orchestrating her world from a hospice bed. "You two have been friends," Sol said. Not a question. A realization arriving late. Deshara looked at them. 3 years. Since right after I left Mount Calvary. 3 years. Your grandmother reached out. Said she'd heard about what happened. Asked if I wanted to come over for Sunday dinner. Deshara's hand was still on Mama Cee's. I came. We talked. I kept coming back. Mama Cee made a small sound that might have been laughter. Somebody had to feed you. You were living on cereal and sadness. That's not how I would describe that year. That's exactly how I would describe it. Mama Cee's eyes moved between them. Both of you. So busy protecting yourselves you were starving. Sol didn't know what to say. The information was reshuffling everything they'd understood about the past few weeks, the past 3 years, the whole architecture of who knew what and who had been caring for whom. Mama Cee had been friends with Deshara. Real friends. Regular Sunday dinner friends. And nobody had told Sol because why would they? Sol had been in Atlanta, carefully not coming home, carefully maintaining their separation from everything Calvary represented. Why didn't you tell me? Sol asked. Not accusatory. Just trying to understand. Wanted you to figure it out yourself, Mama Cee said. Wanted you to see Deshara without me standing there going, this is a good person, pay attention. You've never responded well to being told what to think. It was so accurate that Sol almost laughed. Besides, Mama Cee continued, you needed to come home for your own reasons. Not mine. Not Deshara's. Yours. Did you tell her I was coming? Sol asked. Deshara answered, she mentioned you might be back. That you were struggling. That you'd left 23 years ago and maybe weren't done leaving yet. That's all she told you? That was enough. Deshara's gaze was steady, gentle. The rest I learned by watching. By listening. By being in the room while you played music like you were having a conversation with something you didn't have words for yet. Mama Cee's breathing had evened out again. She was drifting, the conversation taking more energy than she had to give. But she was smiling slightly, that small smile of someone who had orchestrated something and was pleased with how it was turning out. You two talk, she murmured. I'm just going to be here. And she was, just there, present in the way that people in hospice were present, inhabiting the edge between here and elsewhere, listening or not listening, it was impossible to tell. Sol and Deshara sat on opposite sides of the bed in the afternoon quiet. Outside, November was doing its slow work of stripping the trees. The oak in the yard was almost bare now, just a few stubborn leaves clinging to branches. The light through the window was thin, filtered, the particular quality of late autumn in Georgia. "I should have told you," Deshara said after a while. "About Mama Cee and me. I didn't know how to bring it up without it sounding like I was claiming some kind of, I don't know, proximity. Status. You have that anyway," Sol said. "She clearly loves you. I love her too." Deshara paused, considering. "When I was pushed out of Mount Calvary, when I was trying to figure out what came next, she was the one who told me that starting something new wasn't admitting defeat. That sometimes building from nothing was more honest than trying to renovate something broken." Sol thought about the house church. The small gathering, the questions, the lack of pretense. She helped you start it. In a way. She didn't come to the house church, couldn't, physically, and also I think she felt like Mount Calvary was her place, even with its problems. But she supported it. Asked questions. Made sure I was actually building something that could last and not just building a reaction to being hurt. She's good at that, Sol said. Asking the questions that make you figure out your own answers. The best at it. Deshara looked at Mama Cee, sleeping or drifting or somewhere in between. "I'm going to miss her terribly." The words hung in the room. Simple. True. The acknowledgement of what was coming made plain without drama. "Me too," Sol said. They sat in silence for a while. The house settled around them. Somewhere outside a car drove past, someone going about their Friday afternoon business, their errands and obligations, their ordinary concerns that didn't include sitting with someone who was dying. "Can I ask you something?" Deshara said. "Yeah." What did she mean? "Don't leave before you arrive." Sol shook their head. "I'm still figuring it out. Something about how I'm still planning my exit even though I'm here. Still mapping escape routes." "Are you?" Sol looked at her across the bed, across Mama Cee's sleeping form. At her reading glasses pushed up on her head, her locks pulled back, her hands folded in her lap in a way that suggested patience without performance. "Probably," Sol admitted. "It's habit at this point. Knowing where the exits are. What are you afraid will happen if you stop looking for them?" It was such a direct question that Sol had to sit with it for a moment before answering. What were they afraid of? That they'd be trapped. That belonging would become obligation. That staying would mean surrendering all the careful autonomy they'd built over 23 years of not needing anyone. "That I won't be able to leave when I need to," Sol said finally. "And when will you need to?" "I don't know. But I need to know I could. If I had to." Deshara nodded like this made sense. Maybe it did. Maybe everyone who'd been hurt by institutions that claimed to love them kept one hand on the door, ready to bolt. "For what it's worth," Deshara said, "I'm not asking you to stay. I'm not asking you to make any promises or commitments or declarations. She paused. "I'm glad you're here now. However long now is." It was the thing Sol needed to hear without knowing they needed to hear it. The permission to be uncertain. The gift of presence without demands. Mama Cee stirred slightly. Her eyes opened, focused on nothing in particular, then closed again. Her breathing continued its slow, steady work. "She asked me to check on you," Deshara said quietly. "After. When she's gone." Sol looked at her. "After. She said you'd need someone who understood about leaving and staying both. Who'd been through it differently but ended up in similar places." Deshara's voice was gentle. "She asked if I'd make sure you didn't disappear. I said I'd try. Said I couldn't promise because you're your own person. She said that was exactly why she was asking me and not someone who'd try to make you promises on your behalf." Sol felt something crack open in their chest. The orchestration. The care. The way Mama Cee had been arranging things from this bed, from this room, pulling strings and making connections and ensuring that Sol would be held even after she was gone. She's been planning this, Sol said. Not an accusation. An observation. All of it. You and me. The house church. Coming back. I think she's been hoping for it. Planning seems too controlling. She's just, Deshara looked at Mama Cee with such tenderness that Sol had to look away. She's been creating conditions for things to be possible. What we do with those conditions is up to us. Outside, the afternoon was moving toward evening. The light was changing, getting ready for the long blue hour that came before dark. Scylla would be back from the pharmacy soon. Janine would arrive for her evening check. The day would continue its progression toward night, and then night would give way to another day, and Mama Cee's breathing would continue or it wouldn't. Will you stay? Sol asked. For a while? As long as you want me to. So Deshara stayed. They sat on opposite sides of the bed and watched Mama Cee breathe and didn't talk much because there wasn't much that needed saying. Eventually Scylla came back with pharmacy bags and dinner plans. Janine arrived with her clipboard and her gentle competence and her notes in the margins. And Sol sat in the chair by the window and understood, for the first time since coming home, that they weren't here alone. That Mama Cee had built a network of care that extended beyond blood, beyond church, beyond all the official categories of belonging. That Deshara was part of that network. That Sol was becoming part of it too, whether they'd planned to or not. When Deshara finally got up to leave, she touched Sol's shoulder as she passed. Just that. A hand on their shoulder. The simplest gesture. The one that contained everything that couldn't be said yet. Sol stayed in the chair after she left. After Scylla went to make dinner. After Janine finished her notes and left for the night. Stayed because Mama Cee had told them not to leave before arriving, and they were starting to understand what that meant. Stayed because somewhere in the past few weeks they'd stopped mapping exit routes and started mapping something else, connection, maybe. Or possibility. Or just the ordinary miracle of being present for someone else's ending without making it about their own beginning. The house settled into its evening sounds. Outside, Calvary was doing what Calvary did as Friday turned towards Saturday, people finishing work weeks and planning weekends, making dinner and watching television and living their small ordinary lives. And upstairs, in a bedroom that smelled like hospice care and the last roses from the garden, Mama Cee slept. And Sol watched over her. And the question she'd asked sat in the room with them, patient and unanswered. What are you waiting for? Sol didn't know yet. But they were starting to think maybe the question itself was the answer. Chapter 14, Thursday, 3:17 a.m. Sol was there when it happened. That would matter later, when they tried to make sense of it, when they replayed the sequence of events and looked for meaning in the timing, in the fact that they'd been present rather than asleep in the next room or downstairs getting water or anywhere else they could have been. But in the moment, they were just there because there was nowhere else to be, sitting in the chair by the window at some small hour of Thursday morning, watching Mama Cee breathe. She'd been restless earlier. The hospice nurse, the night nurse, someone Sol hadn't met before, a man named Robert who moved through the room with practiced quiet, had adjusted her position, checked her vitals, increased the morphine slightly. He'd told Sol they should get some sleep, that he'd wake them if anything changed. Sol had nodded and stayed exactly where they were. Some part of them had known. Not consciously, maybe. But the body knew things before the mind did. At 3:17, Mama Cee opened her eyes. She hadn't been fully conscious for the past 36 hours, drifting in that space between here and elsewhere, occasionally surfacing to murmur something Sol couldn't quite hear. But now her eyes opened and they were present, actually present, focused directly on Sol in a way they hadn't been for days. "Hey," Sol said softly, moving closer. "I'm here." Mama Cee's hand moved slightly on the blanket. Sol took it. Her skin was cool, the bones underneath too prominent, her body having done so much letting go already that this felt less like the beginning of dying and more like the final acknowledgement of something already in process. She opened her mouth. No words came. Sol leaned closer. "It's okay," Sol said. "You don't have to say anything." But Mama Cee shook her head slightly, that small stubborn gesture that had characterized her whole life. She had something she needed to communicate, and she was going to communicate it, body willing or not. She started to hum. It was so quiet Sol almost missed it. Just breath with pitch, the faintest melody emerging from the small cave of her mouth. But Sol recognized it immediately, the hymn they'd been playing every Sunday, the one that had stopped being a specific song and become a practice, the one they'd played in the empty church while something happened that they still didn't have language for. Mama Cee's favorite hymn. The one Sol hadn't known was her favorite until they were already weeks into playing it, until the accidental connection had already been made. Sol's throat went tight. They squeezed Mama Cee's hand gently, acknowledgement that they heard, that they understood. Mama Cee hummed through one line. Then another. Her voice was barely there, more idea than sound, but the melody was clear. She was humming it not for herself but for Sol, this final gift, this last transmission of something that had always been true but never needed saying. "I see you. I've always seen you." The music is the prayer. Sol found themselves humming with her, their voice joining hers so quietly that it was less harmony than companionship. Two voices, two versions of the same melody, here in this room where Mama Cee had spent her last months, where Sol had sat in this chair keeping vigil over her dying. Mama Cee's eyes stayed on Sol's face. Watching. Witnessing. Making sure Sol was receiving the message she was sending. They hummed through the whole first verse together. By the second verse, Mama Cee's voice was fading, the energy required too much for what little she had left. But she kept trying, kept breathing pitch into the space between them, kept the melody going until Sol understood they were supposed to continue it alone. So Sol did. Hummed the hymn while Mama Cee watched, while her hand lay in theirs, while the room held its breath around them. Somewhere in the middle of the third verse, Mama Cee's eyes closed. Sol kept humming. Kept the melody going because stopping felt like abandoning her mid-conversation. The hymn wrapped around them both, around the room, around the whole quiet house where Scylla was sleeping and where Robert had stepped out to give them privacy he'd somehow known they needed. Mama Cee took a breath. Released it. There was a pause. Sol waited for the next breath. It didn't come. Another pause. Longer. Sol's voice faltered on the hymn. They watched Mama Cee's chest, watched for the rise and fall that had been constant for 78 years. It stayed still. The room was very quiet. Sol sat holding her hand and finishing the hymn because it felt wrong to leave it incomplete. Their voice was shaking now, breaking on certain notes, but they made it to the end of the verse and then sat in the silence that followed. Mama Cee was dead. The phrase felt too large and also inadequate. She was gone. She had left. Her body was still here, still warm under Sol's hand, but she wasn't in it anymore. Had slipped away somewhere between one breath and the absence of the next, had gone while Sol was humming, had timed her exit to music the way she'd timed everything else in her life with that particular grace. Sol didn't move for a long time. Just sat holding her hand, watching her face in the dim light from the hallway. She looked, not peaceful, exactly. That was the word people used and it wasn't quite right. She looked finished. Complete. Like someone who had said everything they needed to say and could now stop talking. Eventually Sol stood. Put Mama Cee's hand gently back on the blanket. Straightened the covers even though it didn't matter, even though she was past caring about covers or comfort or any of the small acts of care that Sol had been performing for weeks. Robert appeared in the doorway. He didn't ask. Just looked at Sol, at Mama Cee, and understood. "I'll call the hospice doctor," he said quietly. "Do you want me to wake your mother?" Sol nodded. Couldn't trust their voice yet. Robert left to make the call. Sol stood beside the bed and looked at Mama Cee's face and thought about all the things she'd taught them, how to season a skillet, how to leave cleanly, how to ask questions that made other people find their own answers. How to love someone without speeches. How to orchestrate from the margins. How to keep going even when the answers weren't clean. The hymn was still in their head. Would be in their head, they suspected, for a very long time. Scylla came into the room in her bathrobe, her hair wrapped, her face doing that thing it did when she was managing something too large for the framework she usually used. She looked at Mama Cee. At Sol. Back at Mama Cee. When? She asked. Just now. Maybe 10 minutes ago. Scylla moved to the other side of the bed. Reached down and touched her mother's face with a tenderness Sol had rarely seen from her, this woman who expressed love through logistics and care through competence. She stood like that for a long moment, her hand on Mama Cee's cheek, her shoulders very straight. Then she stepped back. Cleared her throat. I should make the calls. Wendell needs to know. And the church. And, she stopped. Started again. There's a list. She made a list. Of course she had. Mama Cee would have made a list of who to call, in what order, with what information. Would have left instructions for her own death the way she'd left instructions for everything else. Okay, Sol said. Will you? Scylla looked at them. Will you stay with her? While I... Yes. Scylla left. Sol heard her go downstairs, heard the kitchen light click on, heard her moving around down there in the way she moved when she was keeping her hands busy. The hospice doctor would arrive soon. Other people would come. There would be procedures, logistics, the machinery of death that kicked into gear once someone actually died. But for now, for these few minutes, it was just Sol and Mama Cee's body and the room where she'd spent her final months. Sol sat back down in the chair. Looked at the Bible on the bedside table, the one with all the marginalia, with all the questions Mama Cee had carried for decades without answers. Thought about the skillet downstairs in the kitchen, seasoned over 40 years, carrying the molecular memory of every Sunday dinner. These were the things she'd left. Not answers. Objects. Relationships. Questions. The practice of continuing. Sol picked up their phone. It was 3:37 a.m. They scrolled to Deshara's name. Stared at it for a long moment. Typed, "Come home." 2 words. Sent them before they'd finished deciding to send them. The message sat in the blue bubble, already irrevocable. The response came almost immediately, "On my way." Sol put the phone down. Sat with Mama Cee's body and the hymn still in their head and the knowledge that everything was about to change because everything had already changed, the change having happened somewhere between the last breath and the first moment of absence. The house was very still. Outside, Calvary was dark except for the occasional streetlight, the occasional porch light left on for no one in particular. Thursday morning doing its slow work of becoming itself, 3:30 becoming 3:40 becoming 4 o'clock, time continuing whether anyone was paying attention or not. Sol stayed in the chair. Waited for Scylla to come back upstairs. Waited for the doctor. Waited for Deshara to arrive. Waited for the day to fully begin so they could start figuring out how to move through the world without Mama Cee in it, without her quiet orchestration, without her questions that made you find your own answers. The hymn was still there. Would always be there now. This was the inheritance she'd given them in her last conscious moment. Not words, not answers, not resolution. Just music. Just the reminder that sometimes prayer was something you hummed when you didn't have language for what needed saying. Sol closed their eyes. Let the hymn play in their head. Let themselves be held by it while they sat with death in the dim light of almost morning, waiting for whatever came next. Chapter 15, The People Who Knew Her Before You Did. Deshara arrived first, before dawn, still in what looked like pajama pants under her coat. She let herself in through the front door, Scylla must have unlocked it, and found Sol in the kitchen, standing at the stove with the kettle on even though they had no plan to make tea. She didn't say anything. Just came and stood next to them, close enough that their shoulders touched, and stayed there while the water heated and clicked off and started to cool again. "Do you want me to do anything?" she asked finally. "No. Just," Sol gestured vaguely at the kitchen, at the house, at everything. "This." So she stayed. Was still there when the funeral home people came to take Mama Cee's body. Was there when Brother Wendell arrived at 6 in the morning with a covered dish even though no one had asked for food yet. Was there when the phone started ringing, when people started showing up, when the house that had been so quiet for so long suddenly filled with voices and movement and the particular chaos of collective grief. The days between the death and the funeral blurred together in Sol's memory later. There was a service to plan, though Mama Cee had left detailed instructions that removed most of the decisions. There were relatives to call, people showing up from places Sol had forgotten Mama Cee had connections to. There was Scylla moving through it all with devastating efficiency, managing logistics because that was how she managed everything, her grief appearing only in the moments when she thought no one was watching, standing at the sink for too long, her hands in the dishwater, not moving. And there was food. So much food. The casserole started arriving Thursday afternoon and didn't stop. Sister Adiz brought a pineapple upside-down cake. The Thompsons brought fried chicken and potato salad. Brother Wendell kept coming back with more covered dishes, his hat in his hands each time, saying less and less until he was just showing up, leaving food, and disappearing again. People from Mount Calvary, people from around town, people Sol didn't recognize. All of them bringing food and stories about Mama Cee, both offered with the same tenderness. It was strange and painful and occasionally confusing. These were the same people whose church was preparing to vote on whether people like Sol belonged. The same congregation that had pushed Deshara out 3 years ago for asking questions that should have had answers. And here they were, weeping genuinely, telling true stories about Mama Cee's kindness, treating Sol with a warmth that felt real even as it made no sense given what was coming. Reverend Fitch came on Friday evening. Sol was in the living room sorting through old photographs for the funeral when he arrived. Scylla let him in. He stood in the doorway with his hat in his hands. Everyone was holding their hats, Sol noticed, like the gesture was some universal signal of grief, and looked at Sol with something that seemed like actual sorrow. "I'm so sorry," he said. "Your grandmother was a pillar of our church. A woman of extraordinary faith." Sol nodded, unable to access any of their usual wariness of him. He was just a man who'd lost someone he'd loved, standing in a living room not knowing what to say. "Would you like to sit?" Sol asked. He sat. They sat together for 20 minutes in near silence, looking at photographs of Mama Cee at different ages, at church socials and family gatherings and standing in her garden. Reverend Fitch told a story about Mama Cee organizing the church's food drive single-handedly one year when everyone else had forgotten. He didn't mention the vote. He didn't say anything wrong. He was just a person grieving in the same space Sol was grieving, and Sol couldn't hate him. That was the thing that felt most complicated. Sol couldn't hate him, even knowing what he represented, even knowing he'd probably vote for the exclusion measure in 2 weeks. The novel refused to let the congregation be a villain. Grief had a way of doing that. The funeral was Sunday. Mount Calvary was full, more full than Sol had seen it for any regular service. People Sol didn't know. People Mama Cee had touched over her 78 years in ways Sol was just discovering. The service was dignified and long and full of hymns Mama Cee had loved. Sol sat in the front row between Scylla and Deshara, who had every right not to be there given what the church had done to her, but who came anyway because Mama Cee had asked her to look after Sol, and Deshara was the kind of person who kept promises to the dying. Tobias gave a eulogy. It was careful and honest and somehow managed to honor both Mama Cee's deep faith and her complicated questions without making either one smaller than it was. Sol watched him in the pulpit and understood that he was speaking from his own struggle, his own experience of trying to hold two true things at the same time. It wasn't the coming out moment the outline had suggested might happen. It was more subtle than that, a pastoral truthfulness that those who needed to hear it would hear, and those who didn't wouldn't notice. After the service, there was a repast. The church fellowship hall, more food than 3 congregations could eat, people standing around with paper plates talking quietly. Sol moved through it feeling both present and removed, accepting condolences and hearing stories about their grandmother that filled in gaps they hadn't known existed. And then Deshara walked into the fellowship hall. Sol watched people's faces as they noticed her. Some lit up, genuine warmth, people who'd missed her, people who'd maybe disagreed with how she was treated. Some went carefully neutral. A few turned away. But most just greeted her normally. Hugged her. Asked how she was. Welcomed her to the repast like it was the most natural thing in the world for her to be there. "I didn't know you were coming," Sol said when Deshara made her way over. "I wasn't sure I was going to." But Deshara looked around the room. "She asked me to be here." At the end. Said something about making sure people remembered that grief doesn't respect our divisions. She said that? More or less. She was on a lot of morphine at the time, but the gist was clear. Sister Adiz came over and embraced Deshara like she'd been waiting weeks to do it. They talked for a minute, something about the house church and maybe visiting sometime. Brother Wendell appeared and shook Deshara's hand with that firm, deliberate grip that said things he wasn't going to say out loud. Even Reverend Fitch, when he saw her, gave a small nod of acknowledgement that wasn't warm but wasn't hostile either. Sol watched all of it and understood something they'd been too close to see before: the congregation wasn't monolithic. Mount Calvary wasn't a single entity that had rejected Deshara and was preparing to reject Sol. It was dozens of people with dozens of different opinions, all trying to navigate their faith and their traditions and their capacity for change. Some of them were getting it right. Some of them were getting it wrong. Most of them were somewhere in between, on different days. Mama Cee had known this. Had loved the church anyway. Had stayed in it while also supporting Deshara's house church, had maintained both communities without requiring them to resolve into something clean. Imani showed up partway through the repast. Sol saw her come in, saw her take in the room, saw her locate Deshara and make her way over. She hugged Sol briefly, the kind of hug that said, "I'm here if you need me," without making demands. "Your grandmother was incredible," Imani said. "I only met her twice, but I could tell." "She liked you," Sol said. "Said you asked good questions." High praise from someone who asked better ones. The afternoon wore on. People started to leave, but slowly, like no one wanted to be the first to go. Sol found themselves in conversations with people they barely knew, all of them wanting to share one more story about Mama Cee, one more memory, one more piece of evidence that she'd mattered. Eventually it was late afternoon and the crowd had thinned and Sol was standing in the fellowship hall with Scylla and Deshara and a few others, the detritus of the repast all around them, empty serving dishes, wadded napkins, the particular exhaustion that came from being publicly present while privately devastated. "We should go home," Scylla said quietly. Home. The house on Linden Street. The place that was legally Sol's now, along with the Bible and the skillet and all the questions Mama Cee had left in her wake. They drove back in Scylla's car. Deshara followed in her own. Brother Wendell had already been to the house and left another covered dish on the porch. The house was quiet when they walked in, that specific quiet of a place that had just been emptied of someone who'd been its center. Sol stood in the kitchen doorway. The skillet was on the stove where they'd left it. The Bible was on the counter. Everything else was the same and nothing was the same. "I'm going to lie down," Scylla said. She looked at Deshara. "You staying?" "If that's okay." "It's okay." Scylla went upstairs. Sol and Deshara stood in the kitchen in the late afternoon light. Eventually Sol moved to the counter, picked up the Bible, opened it to a random page. Mama Cee's handwriting in the margins, pencil on thin paper, questions and observations and the occasional emphatic star. One note just said "ask this again later" next to a verse about being known. She didn't have answers either, Sol said. "No," Deshara agreed. But she kept asking. Sol turned to another page. More marginalia. More questions. Evidence of a faith that had been lived in inquiry rather than certainty, practiced rather than performed. "The will reading is tomorrow," Sol said. The lawyer said it straightforward. "The house," some savings, the personal items. They looked at Deshara. She left you something. Deshara looked surprised. She didn't have to do that. I don't know what it is. But she specified it in the will. You, Tobias, Brother Wendell. Personal bequests. They stood in the quiet kitchen and Sol thought about inheritance, about what got passed down and what got discovered and what got left behind for people to figure out on their own. The skillet. The Bible. The house itself. The questions. The network of people Mama Cee had quietly built, had tended, had left in place to hold each other after she was gone. Do you want me to help clean the skillet? Deshara asked. It was such a specific offer, so exactly what was needed without being asked, that Sol felt something crack in their chest. All day they'd been holding it together, being present for the funeral, for the repast, for Scylla. But here, in this kitchen, with Deshara asking about the skillet, they felt the grief rise up sharp and sudden. Yes, they managed. So they cleaned the skillet together. Deshara knew how, of course she did. Mama Cee had taught her years ago during one of those Sunday dinners Sol hadn't known about. They worked in silence, the old ritual of hot water and stiff brush, no soap, dried over low heat on the stove. The simple practice of care that was also continuity. When it was done, when the skillet was back on the stove re-seasoned and ready, Deshara said, I should probably go. You don't have to. I know. But I think you need time. To sit with this. With her. Deshara touched Sol's arm. I'm around. Whenever you need. For whatever you need. She left. Sol heard her car start outside, heard it pull away down Linden Street. The house settled into its evening sounds. Upstairs, Scylla was probably not sleeping, just lying in her mother's house grieving in private the way she always had. And Sol was alone in the kitchen with the Bible and the skillet and the absence that was Mama Cee, learning how to be in this place without her in it. They opened the Bible to another page. The marginalia continued. Question after question. Evidence that the practice of faith was asking, not answering. Continuing, not resolving. Sol closed the Bible gently. Turned off the kitchen light. Sat in the dim room as evening came on and thought about Mama Cee humming in her final moments, passing on the hymn like it was the only inheritance that mattered. Outside, Calvary was settling into Sunday evening. People going home from church, from visits with family, from wherever they'd spent their day. Normal life continuing its normal business even as Sol's world had fundamentally rearranged itself. They sat with it. With the grief and the inheritance and the questions. With the skillet on the stove and the Bible on the counter. With Deshara's car gone from the driveway but her presence still felt in the kitchen, in the way she'd known how to help without being asked. With whatever came next. Chapter 16, What She Left in the Margins. The lawyer's office was exactly what Sol expected, wood paneling, diplomas on the wall, the smell of old paper and air conditioning run too cold. Mr. Harrison had been Mama Cee's lawyer for 30 years. Which Sol learned when he mentioned it in the first minute of the meeting, along with how sorry he was for their loss and how Mama Cee had been a remarkable woman. Sol nodded. Scylla sat beside them, her purse in her lap, her posture perfect. They'd both worn what they'd worn to the funeral because it felt strange to wear anything else so soon after. The will is quite straightforward, Mr. Harrison said, opening a folder. Your grandmother was very clear about her wishes. He read through it methodically. The house on Linden Street to Sol, along with all its contents. A savings account, modest but carefully maintained, split between Sol and Scylla. The car, a 2015 Honda that still ran well, to Scylla. And then the specific bequests. To Deshara Okafor, Mr. Harrison read, I leave my annotated copy of Octavia Butler's Parable of the Sower, with the hope that she continues to imagine better futures than the ones we've been handed. Sol glanced at Scylla, who looked unsurprised. She'd known about the friendship. Everyone had known except Sol. To Tobias Elam, the lawyer continued, I leave my first Bible, the one given to me at my baptism when I was 12. May he remember that the questions came before the answers, and that asking is its own form of faith. Sol thought about Tobias in the car at the county line, finally speaking the thing he'd been hiding. Mama Cee had known. Of course she had. To Wendell Osei, Mr. Harrison read, "I leave my recipe for sweet potato pie, with the explicit instruction that he cannot share it with anyone at the church bake sale. Some things are meant to stay secret." That sounded so much like Mama Cee that Sol almost smiled despite everything. And to Sol Voss, the lawyer said, looking directly at them, "I leave my Bible, the one I've used daily for 56 years, and my cast-iron skillet. The Bible has questions in it. The skillet has answers. Between the two, you should be fine." The meeting ended shortly after. Paperwork to sign, documents to file, the administrative machinery of death continuing its grinding work. Sol and Scylla walked out into the parking lot where November was doing its best impression of winter, the air sharp enough to make them both pull their coats tighter. "You knew," Sol said. "About Deshara." "Not all of it. But Mama talked about her sometimes. About their conversations." Scylla unlocked her car but didn't get in yet. "She wanted you two to find each other on your own terms. Without her orchestrating too obviously. She orchestrated anyway. She did what she always did. Created conditions for good things to be possible." Scylla looked at them over the roof of the car. "What you did with those conditions was up to you." They drove back to the house separately. Inside, everything was as they'd left it that morning, the kitchen clean, the breakfast dishes dried and put away. Mama Cee's absence still new enough to be startling every time Sol walked into a room expecting to see her and found only empty space. The Bible was exactly where it had been, on the counter where Sol had been reading through it in small doses since the funeral. The skillet sat on the stove, already re-seasoned from the evening Deshara had helped them clean it. Both objects now officially Sol's, though they'd felt like Sol's, or like they belonged to the house, which now belonged to Sol, which made everything a complicated tangle of ownership and inheritance and continuity. Sol made coffee. Stood at the counter and looked at the Bible for a long time before opening it. They'd been reading it in pieces all week, but now they opened it with purpose, looking for something specific. Evidence. Understanding. Some clearer picture of who Mama Cee had actually been beneath all the roles she performed: grandmother, church member, neighbor, friend. The marginalia was everywhere. Some pages had only a word or two. Others were dense with pencil marks, observations, questions that sprawled into the white space like they'd been too large to contain in a single note. Sol turned to Genesis and found Mama Cee's handwriting beside the creation story. If God made us in their image, why do we spend so much time deciding who doesn't count? In Leviticus, next to the verses people quoted about abomination, context is not an excuse but it is a conversation. Ask again later. In the Psalms, beside a verse about being fearfully and wonderfully made, a small star, emphatic, drawn with enough pressure that the pencil had nearly torn through the thin paper. Sol kept turning pages. Found a passage about inclusion marked with what might have been a pressed flower, something small and purple, now brown with age, its petals brittle. The verse was from Isaiah. The foreigner who has joined themselves to the Lord should not say, "The Lord will surely exclude me from his people." Next to it, Mama Cee had written, "The text knows what some of its readers don't want to hear." Sol sat down at the kitchen table with the Bible open in front of them. The coffee went cold. The afternoon light moved across the floor. They kept reading, kept finding evidence that Mama Cee's faith had been a living, questioning, complicated thing, not the simple, unexamined certainty Sol had assumed it was. In Romans, next to Paul's complicated arguments about law and grace, he's wrestling. That's what faith looks like, wrestling, not resolution. In the Gospels, next to the story of Jesus and the Syrophoenician woman, even he changed his mind. Even he was taught something he didn't know. Page after page of questions. Of doubts recorded and left unresolved. Of passages marked with stars or question marks or the occasional emphatic yes when something landed right. And then, in the Gospel of John, next to a verse about being known, ask this again later. Sol stared at those 4 words. They'd found them before, that first time looking through the Bible. But now, having read so much else, having seen the pattern of Mama Cee's thinking across decades, they understood it differently. She hadn't been putting off the question. She'd been acknowledging that some questions didn't resolve on command, that being known, by God, by community, by yourself, was a practice rather than an event. That you asked the question now, and then you lived with it, and then you asked it again later, and the question was different because you were different, and that was the work. The doorbell rang. Sol closed the Bible carefully, marked the page with the tattered ribbon that lived in the spine. Went to the door and found Deshara on the porch with a canvas bag over her shoulder and an uncertain expression. "Is this okay?" she asked. "I texted but you didn't respond." "I was worried." Sol looked at their phone, still on silent from the lawyer's office. 3 messages from Deshara, escalating from checking in to coming over unless you tell me not to. "Sorry. I was reading." "The Bible?" "Yeah." Deshara looked at them carefully. "How is it?" "Complicated." Sol stepped back to let her in. She had so many questions. "I don't think I understood how many until now." They went to the kitchen. Deshara set her bag on the counter. It was full of groceries, Sol realized. Ingredients for something. She started unpacking without asking permission, pulling out onions and celery and a package of chicken thighs, moving through Mama Cee's kitchen with the ease of someone who'd done this before, many times, in the 3 years Sol hadn't known about. "I thought we could cook," Deshara said. "If you want. Or I can leave." She paused, her hands on a bunch of collard greens. "I didn't want you to be alone with all of it today. The will reading. The inheritance. All the weight of what she left." Sol looked at her. At the groceries on the counter. At the way she was already reaching for the cutting board like she knew exactly where it lived. "What are we making? What do you want to make?" Sol thought about it. About Mama Cee's recipe cards in the drawer, her handwritten instructions, all the Sunday dinners they'd had over the years. "There's a chicken and dumplings recipe. I've never made it but I've watched her make it probably 100 times." "Okay," Deshara said. "Let's make that." So they cooked. Sol found the recipe card, yellowed, spotted with old grease stains, Mama Cee's handwriting clear and specific. They worked in the kind of silence that didn't require filling, Deshara chopping vegetables while Sol got the chicken started, both of them moving around the kitchen in an unconscious choreography. The skillet went on the stove. The one Mama Cee had seasoned over 40 years. Sol added oil, let it heat, started browning the chicken. The smell rose up familiar and painful and comforting all at once. This was what Mama Cee's kitchen had smelled like on Sunday afternoons, on random Thursdays when she decided to make something special, on every ordinary day she'd chosen to feed people as a form of love. Deshara worked at the counter, her hands steady on the knife. She'd taken off her jacket, rolled up her sleeves. Her locks were pulled back. She looked like she belonged here, in this kitchen, in this practice. "Did she teach you to cook?" Sol asked. "Some things. She'd invite me over and we'd make Sunday dinner together. She said cooking alone was fine but cooking with someone was how you learned what mattered." Deshara scraped chopped onions into a bowl. She was right. "I learned more about faith cooking with your grandmother than I learned in 10 years of formal church." Sol turned the chicken. The skin was crisping nicely. "What did she teach you?" "That doubt and devotion aren't opposites. That you can love an institution and still name its failures. That feeding people is prayer in action." Deshara smiled slightly. "Also that you should always have bacon grease saved in a jar and never trust anyone who doesn't season their food properly." That was so perfectly Mama Cee that Sol had to look away for a moment, the grief catching them unexpected even now, days after the funeral, in the middle of cooking in her kitchen. They worked through the recipe together. The chicken browned and set aside. The vegetables sautéed. The stock added. The dumplings, Mama Cee's version, from scratch, dropped by spoonfuls into the simmering pot, swelling and cooking through. It took time. The good kind of time, the kind that accumulated into something rather than just passing. While they waited for everything to cook, Sol and Deshara sat at the kitchen table with the Bible between them. Sol showed her some of the marginalia. Deshara read quietly, carefully, her finger tracing some of the notes. "She gave me a book too," Deshara said. "The Octavia Butler. She'd marked it up just like this, questions everywhere, arguments with the text, places where she drew stars next to things that mattered to her." "Did she tell you why that book?" "She said I needed to remember that the future wasn't written yet. That even when systems fail, people find ways to build better ones." Deshara turned a page in the Bible, found another of Mama Cee's notes. She said Butler understood that hope wasn't optimism, it was work. They sat with that while the dumplings cooked and the kitchen filled with steam and the smell of something becoming what it was supposed to be. Eventually the food was ready. They served it up in 2 bowls, sat at the table, and ate. It wasn't perfect. Sol had added too much salt, had let the dumplings cook maybe 30 seconds too long, but it was recognizably the thing Mama Cee had made, the flavors close enough to memory that eating it felt like a conversation with her. "This is good," Deshara said. "It's almost right." "That's the same thing." They ate in comfortable silence. Outside, evening was coming on. The November dark arriving earlier every day, the year turning toward winter whether anyone was ready or not. Inside, the kitchen was warm and bright, the stove still radiating heat, the Bible still open on the counter where they'd left it. After dinner, they cleaned up together. Deshara washed, Sol dried. Another old practice, another ritual that made itself plain through doing. "I should go," Deshara said when the last dish was put away. But she didn't move toward the door. Just stood in the kitchen looking at Sol with a question she wasn't quite asking. "You don't have to," Sol said. "I don't want to overstay." "You're not." Deshara's car stayed in the driveway. They moved to the living room, sat on the couch that had been Mama Cee's favorite spot for watching the news and doing crossword puzzles and observing the neighborhood through her front window. Sol picked up the Bible again. Opened it to a different section. Deshara leaned in to read over their shoulder, close enough that Sol could smell her shampoo, could feel her warmth. They read together. Mama Cee's questions accumulating around them. Page after page of evidence that faith was asking rather than answering, that the practice was in continuing even when, especially when, nothing resolved clean. "She was remarkable," Deshara said softly. "She was so much more complicated than I knew." "Aren't we all?" Sol turned to look at her. Their faces were very close. Deshara's eyes behind her reading glasses, warm and dark and patient. Her mouth slightly open as if she'd been about to say something else and decided not to. The moment stretched. Held. Neither of them moved closer and neither moved away. "I'm glad you came over," Sol said. "I'm glad you didn't tell me not to." They sat like that until the light outside was fully gone and the living room lamp was the only thing keeping the dark at bay. Until sitting together in Mama Cee's house reading her questions felt less like grief and more like the beginning of knowing what to do with it. Eventually Deshara did leave. Had to work early tomorrow, had things to attend to, had a life that continued even as Sol's had paused in this strange liminal space between ending and beginning. But before she left, standing in the doorway with her jacket on and her keys in her hand, she said, "You're going to be okay." "Not right away. But eventually." "I can tell." "How?" "Because you're asking the right questions." That's what she left you. Not answers. The practice of asking. After she left, Sol went back to the kitchen. The skillet was on the stove where they'd left it, still warm from cooking, already taking on the patina of use. The Bible was on the counter, still open to the page they'd been reading. Sol closed it gently. Put it back in its place. Turned off all the lights except the one over the stove. Mama Cee had always left that one on, said it made the house feel less empty. Stood in the dim kitchen with the skillet and the Bible and the smell of dinner still in the air and thought about inheritance. About what gets passed down and what gets discovered and what gets practiced until it becomes yours. Mama Cee had left questions. The Bible full of them. But she'd also left this kitchen, this skillet, these recipe cards, this practice of feeding people even when you didn't have all the answers about anything else. Sol picked up the Bible one more time. Opened to a random page. Found Mama Cee's handwriting in the margin next to a psalm: keep asking. Keep cooking. Keep showing up. The rest will figure itself out or it won't, but at least people will have eaten. Sol closed the Bible and smiled despite everything. Despite the grief and the uncertainty and the weight of the house now legally theirs and the questions about what came next. At least people will have eaten. That was something. That was enough for tonight. That was the practice. Chapter 17, The Cost of Arriving. Sol meant to leave on Wednesday. They'd been in Calvary for 7 weeks. Mama Cee had been dead for 10 days. The funeral was over. The will had been read. The house was legally theirs, along with everything in it. There was no reason to stay. They woke up Wednesday morning and made a list, called the landlord in Atlanta, arrange for someone to check the apartment, contact the studio about rescheduling, email students with a timeline for resuming lessons. Pack the car. Drive north. Resume the carefully constructed life they'd built over 11 years of session work and solitude. Instead, they made coffee and sat at the kitchen table and stared at their phone without picking it up. The house was quiet. Scylla had gone back to her own place the day before, had packed her things and hugged Sol and said, "Call me. Not just when something's wrong. Just to talk." It was the most direct emotional thing she'd said in years, maybe ever. Sol had nodded and watched her drive away and then stood in the driveway feeling the weight of being the only person left in Mama Cee's house. Their house, technically. But it didn't feel like theirs. It felt like something they were keeping warm for her, even though she wasn't coming back. Sol looked at the list on their phone. Looked at it for a long time. Then put the phone face down on the table and went to make breakfast. The doorbell rang around 10. Tobias, holding a Tupperware container. "Leftover lasagna from the youth group dinner," he said. "Thought you might want it. Unless you're leaving today." It was phrased as a question but felt like something else. Like he knew Sol had planned to leave and was curious about whether they were actually going to. "Not today," Sol said. Tobias nodded. Handed over the Tupperware. "Good. I mean, whenever you need to go, you need to go. But I'm glad you're still here." After he left, Sol put the lasagna in the fridge and went back to the list. Scrolled through it again. Picked up the phone to call the landlord and put it down without dialing. The thing was, Atlanta felt abstract. The apartment felt like a place they'd lived in a previous life, inhabited by a previous version of themselves. The studio work, the students, the careful architecture of minimal connections, all of it felt like it belonged to someone else, someone who'd had very good reasons for building that life and who maybe didn't exist anymore in quite the same way. Sol went upstairs to the room Scylla had made up for them. Fresh sheets. The closet cleared out. Space for their things, which were still mostly in a suitcase because they'd been planning to leave since the day they arrived. They unpacked the suitcase. Put clothes in drawers. Hung shirts in the closet. It took less than 20 minutes to make the room look lived in rather than temporary, and the whole time Sol kept thinking, this doesn't mean anything, I'm just organizing, I can pack it all back up whenever I need to. But it felt like something. It felt like choosing, even if they weren't ready to name it as a choice. Downstairs, they made lunch. A sandwich. Ate it standing at the counter. Looked at their phone again. One text from Marcus at the studio, "No pressure, but when do you think you'll be back? Got a few things that could use your touch." One email from their landlord, "Haven't seen you in a while. Everything okay with the unit?" 3 emails from students or their parents, all variations on the same theme. "We understand you're dealing with family stuff. Just let us know when we can resume." Sol sat down at the kitchen table with the phone in their hand and the reality settling over them that they were making a decision by not making a decision. That every day they stayed was a day they weren't in Atlanta. That the carefully maintained separateness was over whether they admitted it or not. They typed a response to Marcus, going to need more time. Can recommend Jordan Ellis if you need someone reliable. Send it before they could second guess. Then sent similar messages to the students, apologizing for the uncertainty, offering to help them find other teachers if they couldn't wait. The landlord they'd deal with later. The apartment would keep for another month, maybe 2. They'd been good tenants for 5 years. A little flexibility was reasonable. They put the phone down. Looked around the kitchen. Mama Cee's kitchen. Their kitchen now, legally, though it still felt like theft to think of it that way. The doorbell rang again. Deshara this time, no Tupperware, just herself. I was in the neighborhood, she said, which they both knew was a polite fiction since Deshara lived 20 minutes away. Wanted to check in. See how you're doing. Come in, Sol said. They made coffee. Sat at the table. Deshara didn't ask if Sol was leaving and Sol didn't volunteer the information that they weren't, at least not today, maybe not tomorrow either. The house church is having a meeting Thursday, Deshara said. Just the core group. Trying to figure out what we do after, she paused. After some people left. Sol had heard something about a fracture. Imani had mentioned it in passing, that there'd been a disagreement, that it had gotten heated. Sol hadn't pushed for details. Are you okay? Sol asked. I'm figuring it out. It's hard, building something and watching it crack. Even when the crack is honest. Maybe especially when it's honest. Deshara took a sip of coffee. Anyway. You're invited. To the meeting. If you want. No pressure. I've never officially joined. You've been coming for weeks. You play music with us. That's joined enough. Sol thought about it. About the house church and its questions and its lack of pretense. About Mount Calvary and the vote that was happening in a few days. About Tobias and his careful navigation. About all the ways faith communities fractured and reformed and kept trying. I'll think about it, Sol said. Deshara left around 2. Sol spent the rest of the afternoon reading Mama Cee's Bible, finding more marginalia, more evidence of questions carried for decades. Found a note next to a passage about wilderness wandering. Sometimes you're in the wilderness because that's where the learning happens. Don't rush it. At 6, Scylla called. How are you doing? She asked. I'm okay. Still here. A pause. Then, in Calvary? I thought you were heading back today. I was going to. Didn't. Another pause. Scylla processing this information in her particular way, fitting it into the framework of understanding she maintained about Sol's life and choices. Are you staying? She asked finally. I don't know. Not leaving yet, anyway. Okay. Scylla's voice was careful, neutral. The back bedroom, I made it up properly. If you want to use it. Or you can use Mama's room. Whatever feels right. Sol hadn't been able to go into Mama Cee's room since they'd taken her body out. The hospice bed was gone, removed the day after the funeral, but the room still felt too full of her absence to occupy. The back bedroom is good, Sol said. Okay. There's more linens in the hall closet. And the furnace is old. If it starts making that clicking sound, just hit it once on the left side. They were talking about the house like Sol lived there. Like this was normal. Like the question of Sol staying or leaving had already been settled even though Sol hadn't settled it consciously. Mom, Sol said. Yeah? Thank you. For the room. For, they didn't have words for all of it. For the quiet permission to stay. For not making it a big thing. For just handling logistics because that was how she handled everything. You're welcome, Scylla said. Call me if you need anything. After they hung up, Sol went upstairs and looked at the back bedroom. Really looked at it this time. The fresh sheets. The cleared closet. The window that looked out over the backyard where Mama Cee's garden was going dormant for winter. This could be their room. This could be where they lived while they figured out what came next. The house was theirs. They could stay as long as they wanted, leave whenever they needed to. The having of that option made it feel less urgent to exercise it. Sol went back downstairs. Made dinner from the lasagna Tobias had brought. Ate it at the table while reading more of Mama Cee's marginalia. The light outside went from afternoon to evening to full dark. The house settled into its night sounds. At 9:30, Sol picked up their phone. Opened their text conversation with Marcus. "I'm staying in Georgia for a while. Don't know how long. Sorry for the short notice." Sent it. Then opened the email from their landlord and typed a longer message about family obligations and needing to sublet possibly, would be in touch with details soon, apologizing for the inconvenience. The Atlanta apartment could be dealt with. The students had other options. The session work would continue without them. There were plenty of good musicians in Atlanta, people who'd be happy to take the calls Sol was declining. They could build something here. Or not build anything. Just be here, in this house, in this town they'd left 23 years ago, swearing they'd never stay longer than a weekend. Sol turned off the downstairs lights except the one over the stove. Mama Cee's habit, now theirs. Went upstairs to the back bedroom and got ready for bed in a room that was starting to feel like it might belong to them. Lay in the dark thinking about cost. About what it meant to arrive somewhere after spending decades learning to leave. About the way Mama Cee had said don't leave before you arrive, and how Sol was finally, slowly, understanding what she'd meant. Arriving meant giving up the exit routes. Meant putting your things in drawers instead of living out of a suitcase. Meant telling people in Atlanta that you weren't coming back, at least not yet, maybe not at all. Meant staying even when staying was harder than leaving, which was almost always. Sol fell asleep in the back bedroom of Mama Cee's house, their house, in Calvary, Georgia, which they'd left at 18 and which they were choosing, day by day, text message by text message, unpacked suitcase by unpacked suitcase, to stay in. The cost was the carefully maintained distance. The comfort of knowing they could leave anytime. The safety of having built a life that required nothing from anyone. The cost was arriving. And Sol was paying it, one ordinary decision at a time, in a house that still smelled like their grandmother's cooking and still held all her questions in the margins of a Bible that was now theirs to read. Chapter 18, The House Church Fractures. The meeting was supposed to be about logistics. That's what Deshara had said when she called to confirm Sol was coming, just the core group, maybe 8 people, figuring out how to move forward after Marcus and his wife had left. Scheduling. Format. Who would lead worship now that Marcus had been doing music? Simple, practical things. Sol arrived at Deshara's house Thursday evening with their guitar. The living room furniture had been pushed back to make space for the circle of chairs that had become their Sunday pattern. Imani was already there, along with 4 others Sol recognized from previous gatherings. The couple who always sat together holding hands. The older woman who asked the kind of questions that made everyone else think harder. A man around Sol's age who worked in tech and whose presence at a house church had initially surprised Sol until they'd heard him talk about faith and infrastructure in the same breath and realized he saw no contradiction. "Thanks for coming," Deshara said, hugging Sol briefly. She looked tired. Not just physically tired, but the kind of tired that came from holding something together that wanted to fall apart. They sat in the circle. Deshara started with a prayer, brief, honest, asking for wisdom and grace and the ability to listen to each other. Then she opened the floor. "As most of you know, Marcus and Jennifer decided to leave," she said. "They felt, and I think they were right to feel this, that the community was becoming too centered on me. That my leadership style was replicating some of what we'd left behind in traditional church structures." Sol watched the faces around the circle. Imani nodding slightly. The tech guy, Paul, Sol remembered, looking uncomfortable. The older woman, Sister Ruth, watching Deshara with careful attention. "I've been thinking about that," Deshara continued. "About whether they're right. About whether I built this community as a reaction to being hurt rather than as a response to what we actually need." "You built it because we needed somewhere to go," Imani said. That's not the same thing as building it wrong. Maybe not. But needing somewhere to go and building somewhere sustainable, those might be different things. Paul cleared his throat. I think we need structure. Not hierarchy, exactly, but some kind of agreement about how we make decisions. Right now everything runs through you, Deshara. And I get why, you started this, it's your house, you're the one with theological training. But maybe that's part of the problem. Are you saying I'm too controlling? Deshara's voice was level, but there was something underneath it. Defense. Hurt. I'm saying we haven't figured out how to share leadership, Paul said carefully. And I think that's making some people feel like they can't really speak up. The older couple, James and Keisha, looked at each other. Some silent communication passed between them. Then James said, "We've been talking about leaving too." The silence that followed was heavy. Not because of you, Deshara, Keisha added quickly. But because we're not sure this is the right fit anymore. The Sunday gatherings are meaningful, but they're starting to feel like church. Like we're just recreating what we left. Isn't that what we're supposed to do? Sister Ruth asked. Create church? A better version of it? I don't know if I want church, James said. I thought I did. But maybe what I actually want is just community. People to be in conversation with. And I'm not sure those are the same thing. Deshara was very still. Sol watched her face and saw her doing the thing she'd talked about in other contexts, trying to hold space for people's honesty while also feeling the cut of it. Trying to be the kind of leader who welcomed dissent while also being human enough to be hurt by it. Okay, Deshara said finally. So maybe the question is, what are we actually trying to build? And do we all want to build the same thing? I want somewhere I can ask questions without being told the answer is in scripture and I'm not reading it right, Imani said. That's what I need. I want ritual, Sister Ruth said. I want liturgy. I want something that feels sacred, not just therapeutic. I want less talking and more doing, Paul said. Service projects. Community work. Faith as action. The conversation spiraled from there. Not hostile, exactly, but increasingly clear that they were 8 people with 8 different ideas of what this community should be. What started as a logistics meeting became a theology debate, became a values clarification exercise that nobody had signed up for. Souls sat with their guitar across their lap and listened. Contributed nothing. Just watched Deshara trying to facilitate something that was increasingly resistant to facilitation. An hour in, voices were raised. Not yelling, but the careful kind of raise that meant people were working hard to stay civil. James said something about how Deshara's theology of inclusion was still exclusionary in its assumptions. Deshara pushed back, harder than Sol had heard her push before, and said she'd built this space for people who'd been hurt by the church, and if people wanted something else they were free to build it themselves. Keisha stood up. I think we're done here. James, let's go. They left. The door closed behind them with a soft click that was somehow worse than if they'd slammed it. The remaining 6 sat in silence. Deshara's hands were shaking slightly. She gripped the armrests of her chair and took a breath and said, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said it like that. You meant it though, Paul said. Not unkindly. Just stating fact. I did. I do. Deshara looked around the circle. I built this because I needed it. And I'm realizing maybe that was always the problem. It was mine from the beginning. I asked people to join something I'd already decided the shape of. So what now? Imani asked. I don't know. They talked for another hour, but the energy was gone. The conversation kept circling back to the same questions without landing on answers. Eventually people started looking at their phones, making excuses about early mornings and long drives. The circle emptied until it was just Deshara and Sol and Imani. I'm staying, Imani said. Just so you know. Whatever version of this we figure out, I'm in. Thank you, Deshara said quietly. Imani hugged her and left. The house was very quiet. Deshara and Sol sat in the living room with the chairs still in their circle and the empty seats where people had been sitting an hour ago. Sol still had their guitar. Hadn't played a note all evening. You could say I told you so, Deshara said. About church being complicated. I wasn't thinking that. What were you thinking? Sol considered. That you're brave. That building something and watching it crack takes more courage than just walking away from something broken. Deshara laughed, but there were tears in it. I'm not sure courage is the right word. Stubborn, maybe. Too invested to quit even when quitting would be easier. They sat in silence for a while. Then Sol started putting away the extra chairs, stacking them against the wall. Deshara helped. They worked without talking, restoring the living room to its usual configuration. When the chairs were stacked, Deshara stood in the middle of her living room and said, I built this so nobody would have to feel like I felt when they pushed me out. And then I made people feel exactly like I felt. Too controlled. Not heard. Like their version of faith didn't count unless it matched mine. Sol didn't argue. Didn't console. Just said, yes. Deshara looked at them. You're not supposed to agree. You asked me to tell you the truth. That's the truth. God, that's brutal. You want me to lie? No. Deshara sat down on the couch. No, I want exactly this. I want someone who'll be honest even when honesty is hard. Sol sat beside her. Not too close. Just present. What do I do? Deshara asked. How do I fix this? I don't know. I've never built anything like this. But you've left things. You know how it feels to need out. Sol thought about Atlanta. About the apartment they'd built to be left easily. About the session work that required no commitment beyond the day's recording. About the 23 years of careful distance. I know what it feels like to need out, Sol said. And I know what it feels like to stay in something that's imperfect because leaving would cost more than staying. Is that what you're doing? With Calvary? Maybe. I'm still figuring it out. Deshara leaned back against the couch. The house was very quiet. Somewhere outside a car drove past. The ordinary Thursday evening continuing its ordinary business while inside Deshara's living room something that had taken 3 years to build was cracking open. I'm sorry, Deshara said. For what? For not being further along than this. For still being in the middle of my own healing. For asking you to be part of something that's this messy. Sol looked at her. At the exhaustion in her face. At the way she was holding herself together through sheer will. At the honesty underneath everything, the willingness to name her failures, to sit with them, to not make them smaller than they were. I don't need you to be healed, Sol said. I need you to be honest. That's what Imani said. I don't need the church to be perfect. I just need it to be honest. She's smart. She is. Deshara closed her eyes. I'm tired, Sol. I'm so tired of trying to hold this all together. So stop. What? Stop holding it together. Let it be what it is. Let people come or go. Build something smaller if that's what wants to be built. That feels like failure. Or it feels like honesty. They sat with that. The house settling around them. The Thursday night getting later. Eventually Deshara said, will you play something? I need something that isn't words right now. So Sol played. Nothing specific. Just improvisation, letting their hands find melodies without plan or intention. The guitar in Deshara's living room where the house church gathered on Sundays, where people came looking for community and sometimes found it and sometimes found out that community was harder than anyone wanted it to be. Deshara listened with her eyes closed. Sol played until the music felt like it had said what needed saying. Then stopped and set the guitar aside. Thank you, Deshara said. For what? For staying. For not leaving when it got messy. I haven't gone anywhere yet. But you could. You could go back to Atlanta tomorrow and leave all this behind. Sol thought about the unpacked suitcase. About the back bedroom at Mama Cee's house. About the texts sent to the studio and the students. About choosing to stay, day by day, even when staying meant being present for exactly this kind of mess. I'm not going back to Atlanta, Sol said. Not tomorrow. Maybe not for a long time. Deshara opened her eyes. No. No. Why? Sol didn't have a complete answer. Just pieces of one. Because leaving isn't protection anymore. It's just leaving. And I'm tired of it being my only response to difficulty. They sat in the quiet. Outside, Calvary was settling into its Thursday night rhythms. Inside, Deshara's house church had fractured and would need to be rebuilt as something different, something smaller, something more honest than what it had been. I should go, Sol said eventually. Let you get some rest. Will you come on Sunday? To whatever version of this we managed to pull together? If you want me to. I do. Sol stood. Picked up their guitar case. Deshara walked them to the door. They stood in the doorway for a moment, neither quite ready for Sol to leave. You're going to be okay, Sol said. That's what you keep telling me. It's still true. Deshara smiled despite everything. Good night, Sol. Good night. Sol drove back to Mama Cee's house through the dark streets of Calvary. Parked in the driveway and sat in the car for a moment before going inside. Thought about community and fracture and the way nothing stayed the shape you built it. Thought about Deshara trying so hard to make something safe that she'd made it rigid. Thought about how that was probably inevitable, given what had been done to her. Thought about how being in relationship with someone meant being present for their failures and their messiness and their work-in-progress healing. How that was maybe the only way relationships that mattered actually worked. Inside, the house was dark except for the light over the stove. Sol's house now. They turned on the kitchen light and made tea and sat at the table with Mama Cee's Bible. Opened it to a random page. Found a note in the margin next to a passage about wilderness. The community that never fractures is the community that never challenged anyone to grow. The breaking is part of the building. Sol closed the Bible and smiled despite the weight of the evening. Mama Cee had known. Of course she had. She'd spent 60 years in Mount Calvary watching it fracture and reform and fracture again. She'd known that building anything that mattered meant watching it crack open and having to decide whether to walk away or stay and help rebuild it smaller and more honest. Sol drank their tea and thought about Sunday. About showing up to whatever version of the house church Deshara managed to hold together with the people who stayed. About being present for the rebuilding even when the shape of what was being rebuilt wasn't clear yet. About the cost of arriving, which included being present for the fractures. And about staying anyway. Chapter 19, Love Cannot Be Voted On. Mount Calvary was full. Sol hadn't expected that. They'd thought maybe the congregation would be smaller on a Sunday when the vote was scheduled, people staying away to avoid the conflict. But the pews were packed, fuller than they'd been for any regular service Sol had attended. Everyone wanted to be present for this. Everyone wanted to be counted. Sol sat near the back. Close enough to see and hear but far enough to feel like they could leave if they needed to. Scylla was 3 rows ahead, her posture perfect, her church hat sitting at the exact angle it always sat. Tobias was at the front in his role as youth pastor, sitting with the other church leadership, his face carefully neutral. Deshara wasn't there. Sol hadn't expected her to be. This wasn't her church anymore, hadn't been for 3 years. But they found themselves looking for her anyway, scanning the congregation for her locks and her reading glasses before remembering. The service started normally. Opening hymn. Welcome. Announcements about the upcoming Thanksgiving potluck and the children's Christmas program. Reverend Fitch standing at the pulpit in his collar and his good shoes, leading the congregation through the familiar rhythms of a Sunday morning. But there was tension underneath it all. Everyone knew what was coming after the benediction. Everyone had made their decision, or was still making it, or was dreading having to make it at all. The sermon was about love. About the radical, uncomfortable, inconvenient love that Jesus taught. About loving neighbors and enemies and the people society said didn't count. Reverend Fitch was good at this, at preaching beautiful things about inclusion right up until the moment when inclusion required actually changing anything. Sol listened and watched faces around the sanctuary. Some people nodding along. Others sitting stiff and uncomfortable. Brother Wendell in his usual pew, his hat beside him, his expression unreadable. The service ended. The benediction was given. And then Reverend Fitch said, "We will now proceed with the congregational vote regarding the inclusion measure. Those who are not members are welcome to remain but will not be able to vote." Sol's hands tightened on the pew in front of them. They weren't a member. Had never officially joined, not as a child and not in the weeks since coming back. So they would sit here and watch the church vote on whether people like them belonged, and they would have no say in it. The motion was read aloud. Carefully worded. Technically about affirming traditional biblical marriage and maintaining scriptural standards for leadership and membership. The language avoided saying directly what it meant, but everyone understood. Before the vote, there was time for statements. Reverend Fitch invited anyone who wished to speak to come to the microphone that had been set up in the aisle. Sister Adiz went first. Talked about tradition and what the Bible said and how the church had to stand firm on its principles. She was gentle about it, her voice kind, but the message was clear: inclusion would be compromise, and compromise would be loss. Then Brother Wendell stood up. Sol watched him make his way to the microphone, his cane tapping against the floor, his whole body a rebuke to anyone who thought old age meant irrelevance. "I've been a member of this church for 53 years, he said. His voice was quiet but it carried. "Raised my children here. Buried my wife here. And in all that time, I've watched us have this same argument about who belongs. Used to be about women in leadership. Before that, about whether we should integrate with the white Methodist church down the road. Every generation, we find someone new to argue about including." He paused. Adjusted his glasses. "I'm tired of it. And I'm voting no on this measure. Not because I don't love Scripture. Because I do. But Scripture is bigger than the 5 verses we keep pulling out to justify exclusion. And love is bigger than our need to feel right." He sat down. The sanctuary was very quiet. A few more people spoke. Arguments on both sides, all of them sincere, all of them convinced they were on the side of faithfulness. Then Tobias stood up. Sol's breath caught. They hadn't known he was going to speak. Hadn't known if he would say anything or just vote in silence like he'd been planning. Tobias walked to the microphone. Stood there for a long moment, his hands gripping the stand, his pastoral collar visible at his throat. "I've known most of you my whole life," he said finally. "Grew up in this church. Was baptized here. Ordained here. And he stopped. Started again. I don't think love can be voted on. I don't think belonging should be contingent on a meeting and a show of hands. I think." His voice cracked slightly. He took a breath. "I think some of us have been carrying things for a long time. Questions. Struggles. Parts of ourselves we thought the church couldn't hold. And I think this vote is asking us to keep carrying those things in secret, or to leave." He looked out at the congregation. "I've spent my whole ministry trying to create space for people to bring all of themselves to God. I don't know how to support something that makes that space smaller. He didn't say I'm gay. He didn't say I'm one of the people you're voting about. But everyone who had eyes to see could see. Everyone who had been paying attention understood." He sat down. People looked at him. He looked at the floor. The silence stretched. Reverend Fitch stood up. "Thank you for that witness, Pastor Elam. Are there any other statements before we vote?" No one else stood. "Then we'll proceed with the vote. All those in favor of the inclusion measure, please stand." People stood. Sol counted without meaning to. Maybe a third of the congregation. Sister Adiz. Some of the older members. Some of the younger ones. People Sol had shared meals with at the repast, who had brought casseroles and told kind stories about Mama Cee. Those opposed, please stand. More people stood. Brother Wendell. Scylla. Others Sol recognized. Not a majority, exactly, but enough. Those abstaining may remain seated. A handful of people stayed in their seats. Refusing to choose, or unable to, or making their own statement by not making one. Reverend Fitch conferred with the church secretary, who'd been counting. The congregation waited in the thick silence, everyone processing what the standing and sitting had meant, what it said about who they were as a community. Finally Reverend Fitch returned to the microphone. The motion passes, he said. By a vote of 62 in favor, 54 opposed, and 8 abstaining. The numbers sat in the room. Barely passed. Almost didn't. Close enough that it could have gone either way. Not the landslide mandate anyone could claim as vindication. The measure will be implemented as stated, Reverend Fitch continued, with the understanding that the Leadership Council will develop guidelines for application. Thank you all for your participation in this important discernment process. It was such pastoral language. Such careful framing. Making it sound like they'd all discerned together rather than fractured along a divide that had probably been there all along, just never forced into the open. People started to leave. Some quickly, their faces set. Others slowly, stopping to talk in hushed clusters. Sol sat in their pew and watched it all unfold. The congregation dividing itself into those who were crying and those who were satisfied and those who looked like they weren't sure what they felt. Tobias sat at the front with his head down, his hands folded. People walked past him. Some touched his shoulder. Some avoided looking at him. No one said anything directly. Sol stood to leave. Made their way down the aisle toward the exit. In the parking lot, people were still congregating, still processing, still trying to figure out what had just happened and what it meant for Sunday next week and the Sunday after that. A woman stopped Sol at the door. Mrs. Patterson, who had sat with Mama Cee through some of her worst nights, who had brought a green bean casserole to the repast and wept openly at the funeral. I'm so sorry for your loss, she said. Sol recognized her from the voting. She'd stood during the in favor count. Thank you, Sol said. They both meant it. That was the thing Sol kept coming back to. Mrs. Patterson had voted to exclude people like Sol from full membership, from leadership, from belonging in all the ways that mattered. And she'd also loved Mama Cee genuinely. And she was sorry for Sol's loss genuinely. Both things were true at the same time and the novel refused to resolve them into something simpler. Your grandmother was a remarkable woman, Mrs. Patterson said. She was. She would have been proud of you. Coming back. Being here. Sol didn't know what to say to that. Didn't know if Mama Cee would have been proud or heartbroken or some complicated mixture of both. So they just nodded and stepped away, moved toward their car through the parking lot where people were still talking, still processing, still trying to make sense of what had just been made official. Brother Wendell was standing by his car. He saw Sol and stopped. Took off his hat. Held it in both hands for a long moment, that gesture that meant real feeling. Then put it back on. Drove away without saying anything. Sol got in their car and sat there for a while, watching people leave. Watched Tobias emerge from the building, still in his collar, moving toward his car with his head down. Watched Scylla exit separately, find her car, sit in it for a long moment before starting the engine. The vote had passed. Barely. With enough opposition that it felt less like a clear mandate and more like a congregation revealing how divided it had always been. Some people would leave over this. Some would stay and fight it. Some would stay and accept it. The church would continue being Mount Calvary AME, just with 62 people's version of faithfulness written into the bylaws instead of 54 people's version. Sol started their car and drove back to Mama Cee's house. Their house. Parked in the driveway and sat for a moment in the quiet before going inside. The house was empty. Still. The light over the stove still on from this morning. Everything exactly as Sol had left it, which was both comforting and strange given what had just happened. Sol stood in the kitchen and thought about Tobias's statement. About Brother Wendell taking off his hat. About Mrs. Patterson meaning it when she said she was sorry. About the 62 and the 54 and the 8 who couldn't choose. Thought about Mama Cee sitting in that sanctuary for 60 years, watching the church have these same arguments in different forms, staying anyway because leaving would have meant losing something she wasn't willing to lose. Sol picked up their phone. Typed, "The vote passed." Barely. Sent it to Deshara. Then to Tobias. Then put the phone down and made coffee and sat at the table with Mama Cee's Bible. Opened it to a passage she'd marked heavily. Romans. Paul wrestling with law and grace and what it meant to belong to a community that didn't always want you. In the margin, Mama Cee had written, "The church will disappoint you. The question is whether you love it anyway, or whether you love something bigger that sometimes shows up there." Sol read it 3 times. The question sitting in the kitchen with them, patient and enormous and completely unanswerable right now. Their phone buzzed. "Deshara, I'm sorry. Are you okay?" Sol typed, "I don't know. I'm processing. Want company?" Sol thought about it. About sitting alone with this weight versus having Deshara here, her presence, her own experience of being excluded. Not yet. Maybe later. Okay. I'm here when you're ready. Another message came in. Tobias, thank you for being there. Sol stared at that. Tobias thanking them for being present while he made the most public statement he'd ever made about his own struggle. For witnessing without requiring him to be more explicit than he was ready to be. Thank you for speaking, Sol typed back. They put the phone down and sat in Mama Cee's kitchen with the vote settled and nothing settled, with the church having made its official position clear and the congregation still fractured, with Tobias having said more than he'd ever said before and less than the whole truth. Sat with it because there was nothing else to do. Because this was what arriving looked like, being present for the parts that didn't resolve clean, for the votes that passed by 8 people, for the love that existed alongside exclusion without either one canceling the other out. Outside, Sunday afternoon was doing its usual work. People going home from church. Making lunch. Taking naps. Living their ordinary lives that included this vote and would continue including it, processing it, living with its consequences for weeks and months and maybe years. And Sol sat in the kitchen that was now theirs and thought about what Mama Cee had written in the margins and what Tobias had said at the microphone and what Brother Wendell had testified with his hat off. Thought about the 62 and the 54 and the space between them that was where everyone actually lived. Thought about staying anyway. Chapter 20, What Scylla Has Been Carrying Alone. Scylla came over Monday morning with boxes. She didn't call first. Just showed up at 9 with flattened cardboard from the grocery store and packing tape and that look on her face that meant she'd decided something and was going to execute it with characteristic efficiency. Thought we should start going through Mama's things, she said when Sol answered the door. If that's okay. It wasn't, really. Sol wasn't ready. But Scylla was already moving past them into the house, carrying boxes to the living room, clearly operating on a timeline Sol didn't have access to. Okay, Sol said. They started with the easy stuff. Kitchen items that weren't the skillet or Mama Cee's special pots. Duplicate mixing bowls. Tupperware that had lost its lids years ago. Things that could be donated without requiring much emotional processing. Scylla worked methodically, sorting into piles, keep, donate, trash. She'd brought labels and a marker. Every box she filled got labeled in her precise handwriting. Kitchen, donate. Linens, keep. Books, decide later. They worked in relative silence for the first hour. Then Scylla said, "The vote yesterday." Sol looked up from the cabinet they were sorting. "Yeah. I voted against it. The exclusion measure. I saw." Scylla set down the stack of plates she was wrapping. "I wasn't sure if you did. You were in the back. I saw you stand." They went back to packing. The silence lasted another 10 minutes before Scylla spoke again. "I've never told you this," she said, not looking at Sol, her hands busy with packing paper. "But I have questions about faith too. A lot of them. Have had them for years." Sol stopped what they were doing. This wasn't how Scylla talked. Scylla managed through logistics, expressed care through practical acts, avoided direct emotional statements the way some people avoided heights. "What kind of questions?" Sol asked carefully. "The kind that don't have easy answers. About who God is. About whether the church actually represents what God wants or just what people in power want. About," she paused. Folded a piece of packing paper with precise creases. "About whether I stayed in the church all these years because I believed or because it was easier than admitting I wasn't sure." Sol sat down at the kitchen table. Scylla remained standing, still packing, still keeping her hands busy. "When did you start having the questions?" Sol asked. "I don't know. Long time ago. Maybe always. But you're not supposed to admit that. Especially not if you're raising a child in the church. You're supposed to have certainty. Model faithfulness. Pass down the tradition." She wrapped another plate. "So that's what I did. Pretended I had more answers than I actually had." "You never told Mama Cee?" "I think she knew. We never talked about it directly, but," Scylla set down the plate. Looked at Sol for the first time since starting this conversation. "Your grandmother was good at knowing things without being told. You know that." Sol did know that. Had learned it thoroughly these past weeks. "After Mama died," Scylla continued, "after the funeral, I kept thinking about all the conversations we didn't have. All the things I carried alone because I thought that's what you were supposed to do." "What things?" Scylla was quiet for a long moment. When she spoke again, her voice was quieter, more tentative. "Questions about you. About who you are. About how to love you well when I didn't understand everything about your life." Sol felt something shift in their chest. This was the conversation they'd been not having for 23 years. The thing coded in every phone call, every short visit, every carefully neutral exchange. "You could have asked," Sol said. "I didn't know how. And I was afraid." Scylla stopped. Opened another box. Started filling it with dish towels. "I was afraid that asking would make it real. Would require me to take a position. And I didn't know what position to take because the church said one thing and my child was another thing and I couldn't make those two things fit together." "So you just didn't address it?" "Yes." Scylla's hands stilled on the dish towels. "And I'm sorry for that. For all the years of not saying what should have been said." Sol didn't know what to do with this apology. With Scylla standing in Mama Cee's kitchen finally saying the direct thing after decades of careful avoidance. "I'm not asking you for absolution," Scylla said, reading Sol's silence correctly. "Or for you to make it okay. I'm just saying, I see you. I've always seen you, even when I didn't know what to do with what I was seeing. And I'm sorry it took Mama dying for me to say so." They stood in the kitchen with the half-packed boxes between them and all the years of coded communication suddenly made plain. "What changed?" Sol asked. "At the vote. You stood with the opposed. Nothing changed. That's what I'm trying to tell you." Scylla finally stopped packing, leaned against the counter. "I've always believed my child should be welcomed in the church I raised them in. I've always thought the exclusion was wrong. I just never said so out loud because saying so would have required me to admit I was questioning, and questioning felt like betraying everything I was supposed to stand for. But you said so yesterday. Yesterday I realized that staying silent was a worse betrayal than questioning ever could be." She folded her arms, that gesture Sol had seen their whole life. "Your grandmother was brave enough to carry her questions openly. To write them in her Bible. To talk about them with Deshara. I've been carrying mine alone and calling it faithfulness when really it was just cowardice." Sol stood up. Crossed the kitchen. Hugged their mother, awkwardly, because they'd never been a particularly huggy family, but genuinely. Scylla hugged back. Her arms strong. Her body rigid for a moment before relaxing into it. When they pulled apart, Scylla's eyes were wet but she wasn't crying. Just allowing herself to feel something openly instead of managing it into boxes labeled with precise handwriting. "Thank you," Sol said. "For voting against it. For telling me this." "You're welcome." Scylla wiped her eyes quickly, efficiently. Picked up the dish towels and resumed packing like the emotional moment was done and they could return to logistics now. "We still have a lot to sort through." They worked for another hour. Moved from the kitchen to Mama Cee's bedroom, which Sol hadn't been able to enter alone but could enter with Scylla there, both of them carrying the weight of her absence together. The closet was full of church clothes. Dresses in jewel tones. Blouses with careful pleats. Shoes that still held the shape of Mama Cee's feet. Scylla took them out one at a time, held them up to the light. "She wore this the day she argued with Reverend Fitch for 20 minutes and won," Scylla said, holding up a burgundy dress with a matching belt. What were they arguing about? Church politics. Some committee decision. I don't remember the details. Just remember her coming home and saying she'd told him to his face that he was confusing tradition with faithfulness and they weren't the same thing. Sol smiled. That sounded exactly like Mama Cee. They packed the church clothes carefully. Scylla folded each piece with precision, wrapping them in tissue paper like they were precious artifacts rather than everyday dresses. Maybe they were. Evidence of a woman who'd shown up every Sunday for 60 years wearing her good clothes and her complicated questions. In the top of the closet, Scylla found a hat box. Opened it to reveal Mama Cee's church hats, wide-brimmed, decorated with fabric flowers, each one coordinated to match specific outfits. "These should go to someone who'll wear them," Scylla said. "Sister Adiz, maybe. Or Ruth from the house church. Mama would want them worn, not stored away." "You choose," Sol said. "You knew her longer." Scylla looked at Sol. "But you're the one who came back. Who stayed. Who sat with her at the end. You were here too. Not the way you were. Not as present." Scylla closed the hat box gently. "I was managing. You were witnessing. There's a difference." Sol didn't argue because it was true. They had been witnessing Mama Cee's death, her questions, her community, all of it. While Scylla had been keeping the house running, making sure bills were paid, handling logistics. Both were necessary. Both were love. Different expressions of the same care. They packed until early afternoon. Sorted Mama Cee's life into boxes that would go to different places, her clothes to people who would wear them, her books to the library, her kitchen things to Goodwill except for the pieces that mattered. When most of the bedroom was sorted, Scylla sat down on the bed that had been stripped of its sheets. "I'm heading home tomorrow," she said. "Back to work on Wednesday. Life continuing and all that." "Okay. Are you coming?" "Back to my place, I mean. Until you figure out what you're doing with this house." Sol looked around Mama Cee's bedroom. At the boxes. At the empty closet. At the space where a life had been lived and was now being carefully redistributed to other lives. "I think I'm staying here," Sol said. "For how long?" "I don't know. A while. Maybe permanently. I haven't decided yet." Scylla nodded like she'd expected this answer. "The house is yours. Do whatever makes sense. I canceled my lease in Atlanta. Or I'm going to. Haven't finalized it yet." "So you're really staying?" "I think so. Yeah." Scylla stood up. Brushed invisible lint from her pants. "Okay. Let me know if you need anything. I can come back on weekends if you want help with the rest of the sorting." "I'd like that." They carried the packed boxes downstairs together. Stacked them by the door for Scylla to take to the donation center later. Stood in the living room that was starting to look different now that Mama Cee's things were being removed piece by piece. Mom, Sol said. Scylla looked at them. Thank you. For telling me about your questions. For not making me carry your silence as approval of the church's stance. You're welcome. Scylla picked up her purse. And Sol, I'm proud of you. For coming back. For staying. For being brave enough to ask questions out loud instead of carrying them alone like I did. It was the most direct praise Scylla had ever given. Sol felt it land somewhere deep, in the place where all the years of carefully coded communication had left marks. I learned from good teachers, Sol said. You and Mama both. Scylla smiled, a real smile, the kind that transformed her face from careful manager to someone softer underneath. Then she hugged Sol again, quick and tight, and left. Sol watched her car disappear down Linden Street. Stood in the doorway of the house that was legally theirs, factually theirs, starting to feel emotionally theirs too. Went inside and made dinner from the Tupperware Tobias had brought, from the casseroles that still filled the fridge. Sat at the table and ate and thought about Scylla's questions, carried silently for decades. About Mama Cee's questions, written in margins where anyone could see them. Thought about the difference between carrying questions alone and carrying them openly. About how one was isolation and the other was invitation. After dinner, Sol picked up their phone. Texted Scylla, drive safe. Love you. The response came quickly, love you too. 3 words Scylla had said before, but never over text, never so plainly. They sat on Sol's phone screen like a gift. Sol put the phone down and sat in Mama Cee's kitchen, their kitchen, and thought about inheritance. About what got passed down intentionally and what got discovered years later in conversations that finally cracked open. About Scylla voting against the exclusion measure and carrying her questions alone and finally saying what needed to be said. About the cost of arriving, which included watching your mother arrive too, in her own way, on her own timeline. About staying anyway. Chapter 21, Learning to Use the Skillet. Thursday afternoon, Sol decided to cook. Not for anyone in particular. Not because people were coming over or because the house needed to smell like something other than emptiness. Just because Mama Cee's recipe box was sitting on the counter where it had always sat, and Sol had been looking at it for days without opening it, and today, for reasons they couldn't entirely name, they opened it. The box was wooden, worn smooth at the edges from decades of handling. Inside, recipe cards in Mama Cee's handwriting filled every available space, organized by some system that made sense to her but was opaque to everyone else. Desserts mixed with main dishes. Side dishes filed between soups. No alphabetical order, no categorical logic, just the accumulated cooking knowledge of 60 years arranged the way her mind had arranged it. Sol pulled out a card at random. Collard greens. The instructions were spare, wash 3 times. Ham hock. Pinch of sugar. Low and slow. You'll know. You'll know. That was very Mama Cee. Assuming knowledge that could only come from doing, from paying attention, from the kind of learning that happened in the body rather than on the page. Sol set the card aside and pulled another. Cornbread. This one had more detail, measurements, temperatures, timing. But at the bottom, Mama Cee had added, cast iron only. And don't overmix or it'll be tough. Trust your hands. Sol looked at the skillet on the stove. The one Mama Cee had seasoned over 40 years. The one that was now Sol's, legally and actually, waiting to be used. They pulled out more cards. Found one for Sunday pot roast. One for mac and cheese that started with a roux and ended with breadcrumbs on top. One for sweet potato casserole that had been amended multiple times, the original measurements crossed out and adjusted in different inks, evidence of years of refinement. And then they found the incomplete one. It was for chicken and dumplings, not the recipe they'd made with Deshara, but another version, an older one maybe. The card started normally enough. Chicken, vegetables, seasonings, instructions for browning and simmering. But halfway through the dumpling instructions, the handwriting trailed off. The last complete sentence was dropped by spoonfuls into, and then the ink faded, trailed sideways, stopped. Like Mama Cee had been interrupted and never came back to finish. Sol held the card for a long time. Thought about all the interruptions that made up a life. Phone calls. Visitors. The ordinary disruptions that pulled you away from one task toward another. And sometimes you came back and finished, and sometimes the card sat in the box for years, incomplete, waiting. Sol knew how the sentence finished. Had watched Mama Cee make dumplings dozens of times. Drop by spoonfuls into simmering broth. Cover. Don't peek for 15 minutes. They found a pen. Finished the sentence in their own handwriting, right there below Mama Cee's trailing ink. The script was different, Sol's letters smaller, more angular, but the instruction was the same. The knowledge passed down, even across the gap of death, even through an incomplete recipe card. Sol set the card aside. Looked at the others spread across the counter. Looked at the skillet. At the kitchen that still smelled faintly like Mama Cee even though she'd been gone for weeks now. Made a decision. They were going to cook Sunday dinner. All of it. The way Mama Cee had done it for decades. Not perfectly, they didn't have her instincts yet, her decades of muscle memory, but as close as they could get. They started with a list. Checked what was already in the house, what needed to be bought. Wrote it all down in the same notebook Mama Cee had used for grocery lists, her last list still visible on the previous page: butter, milk, greens. Check if we need sugar. At the store, Sol moved through the aisle selecting ingredients the way Mama Cee would have selected them, carefully, checking quality, not automatically reaching for the first option. Got collard greens from the produce section. Picked through them leaf by leaf. Got a ham hock from the butcher counter. Got cornmeal and buttermilk and the good butter that cost more but made a difference. Back home, they spread everything across the counter. The recipe cards. The ingredients. The skillet waiting on the stove. And then they started cooking. The collard greens first, because they needed time. Sol washed them 3 times like the card said, even though they looked clean after the second washing. Trusted the instruction. Got the ham hock simmering in a pot with onions and garlic. Added the greens in batches as they wilted down. The pinch of sugar. A splash of vinegar at the end that the card didn't mention but Sol remembered watching Mama Cee add. While the greens cooked, Sol moved to the cornbread. Mixed the dry ingredients. The wet ones. Folded them together gently, resisting the urge to overmix even when there were still a few lumps. Trust your hands, Mama Cee had written. So Sol trusted them. The skillet went into the oven to preheat with oil in it. That was the trick, heating the skillet first so the cornbread would develop that crispy bottom crust. Sol had watched Mama Cee do this 100 times. Had never done it themselves until now. Poured the batter into the hot skillet. The sizzle immediate and satisfying. Slid it back into the oven and set the timer. Moved on to the next recipe card. Mac and cheese. This one Sol had never watched Mama Cee make. It must have been something she made before Sol was born, or on occasions when Sol wasn't around. But the card was detailed enough to follow. Started the roux. Butter and flour whisked together until it smelled nutty and looked golden. Added milk slowly, stirring constantly so it wouldn't lump. The card said medium heat but Sol had to adjust based on their stove, which ran hot. This was the improvisation part. The you'll know part. Added cheese. Lots of it. Stirred until it was smooth. Folded in cooked pasta. Topped it with breadcrumbs mixed with butter. Into the oven it went. The timer went off. The cornbread. Sol pulled it out and immediately knew they'd left it in 30 seconds too long. Not burned, but darker than Mama Cee's had ever been. The top was more brown than gold. They'd burned the cornbread. Sol stood in the kitchen looking at the too dark cornbread and felt something unexpected, not failure exactly, but something adjacent to it. The specific disappointment of not quite getting it right. Then they remembered, Mama Cee had burned cornbread too. Sol had seen her do it once, years ago, had watched her pull it out and mutter something under her breath and make a second batch. The burning wasn't the point. The trying again was. Sol set the burned cornbread aside. Started another batch. This time they set the timer for 2 minutes less. This time they checked it through the oven window at minute 10. This time they got it right. While everything cooked, Sol sat at the table with Mama Cee's Bible. Had been reading through it in pieces all week, finding more marginalia, more questions, more evidence of a faith that was practiced rather than performed. Found a note next to Ecclesiastes, there is a time for everything. But nobody tells you how to know which time it is. Found one next to Job, his friends came to comfort him and made everything worse. Sometimes presence is enough. Don't need speeches. Found one next to the Psalms that just said, yes. This. Exactly this. The marginalia was like having conversations with Mama Cee. Like she was still teaching, still asking questions, still showing Sol how to live with uncertainty without letting it paralyze you. Sol closed the Bible when the timer went off. The mac and cheese was done. The cornbread, the second batch, was perfect. The collard greens had been simmering for hours and smelled exactly right. They plated some of each. Sat at the table alone with food they'd made from Mama Cee's recipes using Mama Cee's skillet in Mama Cee's kitchen. Took a bite of the cornbread. It was good. Not exactly like Mama Cee's, something was slightly different, maybe the ratio of cornmeal to flour, maybe the oven temperature, maybe just the hands that had made it. But it was recognizably the thing it was supposed to be. The collard greens were closer. Rich and tender with that particular complexity that only came from low and slow cooking. Sol had gotten that right, had trusted the process even when it felt like nothing was happening for the first hour. The mac and cheese was fine. Edible. Not transcendent. Sol had probably undercooked the roux slightly, and the cheese ratio was a bit off. But it was the thing. It existed. It could be eaten. Sol sat with the meal and thought about practice. About how Mama Cee had spent 60 years cooking, had made thousands of Sunday dinners, and still occasionally burned the cornbread. About how the recipe cards were amended and adjusted because recipes were living documents, changed by the person making them. About how this, cooking food that was mostly right, learning the skillet's particular heat, following handwritten instructions and improvising where they were unclear, this was what Mama Cee had left them. Not answers. A practice. After eating, Sol cleaned up. Washed the dishes. Carefully washed the skillet with hot water and a stiff brush, no soap, dried it on the stovetop over low heat the way Mama Cee had taught them. Put everything back in its place. Stood in the clean kitchen and thought about Sunday. Picked up their phone. Texted Deshara, I'm cooking Sunday dinner this week. Bring whoever needs feeding. Sent it. The message sat in the blue bubble, already irrevocable. The 3 dots appeared. Sol watched them pulse. I'll be there. 2 more messages came in quick succession. Should I bring anything? And can I tell people? Or is this just us? Sol thought about it. About the food they'd just made, which was more than enough for 2 people. About the table that could seat 6 comfortably, 8 if people didn't mind being close. About Mama Cee's Sunday dinners that had never been exclusive, had always operated on an open invitation model. If you needed feeding, you showed up. Tell whoever you want. And no, don't bring anything. Just come. Okay. See you Sunday. Sol put the phone down. Looked around the kitchen. At the recipe cards still spread on the counter. At the skillet on the stove, properly seasoned, ready for Sunday. At the Bible on the table, full of questions. Picked up the incomplete recipe card. The one they'd finished in their own handwriting. The one that now held both Mama Cee's instructions and Sol's completion of them, 2 hands across time making the same dish. Put it back in the box with the others. Evidence that some things got passed down finished and some things got passed down partial, and you filled in the rest from memory and observation and the specific knowledge that came from paying attention while someone else cooked. Sol sat at the table with the Bible. Opened it to another page. Found a note next to a passage from Philippians. I have learned to be content in all circumstances. Took Paul years to learn this. Will probably take me years too. That's okay. Learning is the point. Sol smiled. Closed the Bible. Turned off the kitchen light except the one over the stove. Went upstairs to the back bedroom that was now their bedroom, in the house that was now their house, in the town they'd left 23 years ago and chosen, one day at a time, one recipe at a time, one burned cornbread at a time, to stay in. Thursday became Friday became Saturday. Sol spent the days cooking. Made the collard greens again, better this time. Made a pot roast following one of the recipe cards. Made Mama Cee's particular version of mac and cheese, adjusting the roux until it felt right. Burned the cornbread twice more before getting it consistently right. Saturday night, Sol sat in the kitchen with everything prepped for tomorrow. The house smelled like cooking. The skillets sat on the stove, ready. The table was set for however many people showed up. Sol opened the Bible one more time. Found a passage Mama Cee had marked in 3 different colors of ink, like she'd come back to it multiple times over the years. Next to it, she'd written, feed people. Ask questions. Keep showing up. The rest will either make sense eventually or it won't, but at least everyone will have eaten. Sol read it 3 times. Let it settle. Tomorrow people would come to this house for Sunday dinner. Deshara for sure. Probably Imani. Maybe Tobias if he felt like he could. Maybe others from the house church. Maybe Brother Wendell would appear with his hat in his hands, the way he'd been appearing at this house for 40 years. Sol didn't know who would come. Didn't know what the conversation would be. Didn't know if it would feel like church or like community or like just people eating together on a Sunday afternoon. But the food would be ready. The skillet would be used. Mama Cee's kitchen would smell like Mama Cee's cooking. Again, made by different hands but following the same recipes, continuing the same practice. Sol closed the Bible. Turned off the lights. Went upstairs. Tomorrow was Sunday. And Sol was ready for it. Chapter 22, Whoever Shows Up. Sunday started the way Sundays used to start in this house, with cooking. Sol was up at 8, earlier than necessary but unable to sleep past the light coming through the bedroom window. Went downstairs in the quiet house and started the coffee and stood in the kitchen that smelled like yesterday's prep work, like the pot roast that had been in the fridge overnight, like the possibility of people coming over. The food was mostly ready. Just needed reheating, final assembly, the last-minute work that couldn't be done in advance. Sol moved through it methodically, checking Mama Cee's recipe cards, adjusting heat, tasting and seasoning. By noon, the house smelled the way it used to smell on Sundays, rich and warm and welcoming in a way that transcended the specific dishes. This was the smell of care. Of labor. Of someone deciding that feeding people mattered more than whatever else they could have done with their afternoon. Deshara arrived first, around 1. She let herself in through the front door like she'd been doing it for years, called out, "It's me," on her way to the kitchen. "Smells incredible," she said, coming in and immediately moving to help without asking what needed doing. Started setting out plates, found the silverware drawer without needing directions, pulled napkins from the cabinet like she knew exactly where they lived. Maybe she did. She and Mama Cee had been doing Sunday dinners together for 3 years. This kitchen had patterns she knew. "Who's coming?" Deshara asked. "I don't know. You were supposed to tell people." "I did. Said there was an open invitation for Sunday dinner at Mama Cee's house. That Sol was cooking. That anyone who needed somewhere to be was welcome." "How many people said yes?" "Nobody said no." Deshara smiled. "So we'll see." Imani arrived next, carrying a bottle of wine she'd been told not to bring but brought anyway. "I know you said not to bring anything, but I can't show up empty-handed. My mom would disown me." Then Paul from the house church, looking uncertain about whether he should be here given the fracture 2 weeks ago. Sol waved him in, handed him a glass of water, told him to sit. Then Tobias, who texted first from the driveway asking if it was still okay to come. Sol texted back, "Get in here." He came in through the front door looking like he'd dressed carefully, nice shirt, pressed pants, the kind of effort that said he didn't take the invitation lightly. He'd brought flowers, which he handed to Sol with a quiet, "Thank you for including me." Brother Wendell showed up at 1:30 without warning, just like he'd been showing up at this house for 40 years. Walked in with his cane and his hat and a covered dish that he set on the counter without explanation. "Mama Cee's sweet potato pie recipe," he said when Sol looked at the dish. "She left it to me. Seemed right to bring it." By 2 o'clock there were 8 people in the house. Sister Ruth from the house church. A woman Sol didn't know who Imani had brought, her roommate, recently broken up with her boyfriend, needing somewhere to be that wasn't her apartment. The kitchen and dining room were full. Not uncomfortably so, but full in the way houses were meant to be full. With voices. With people finding seats. With the specific chaos of multiple conversations happening at once. Sol brought out the food. The pot roast that had been braising since morning. The collard greens with ham hock. The mac and cheese that had turned out better on the 3rd attempt than the first 2. The cornbread from Mama Cee's skillet, golden and perfect, cut into squares. People filled their plates. Found seats wherever there was room, at the dining table, at the kitchen table, standing at the counter. Sol had worried about having enough chairs, but people just adapted, made space, pulled up stools from the basement. The meal began without ceremony. No one said grace. No one suggested saying grace. People just started eating, and the absence of ritual was its own kind of ritual, the not requiring anything specific its own form of welcome. The conversation was ordinary. Beautifully, perfectly ordinary. Imani asked Sol about session work in Atlanta, whether they missed it. Sol said sometimes but not as much as they'd expected to. The conversation moved to music, to what everyone was listening to lately. Tobias admitted to a secret fondness for boy bands from the 90s. Deshara teased him about it. Brother Wendell said he didn't understand music made after 1987. Paul and Sister Ruth got into a theological discussion about the virgin birth, whether it mattered historically or just symbolically. They disagreed, but gently, over the cornbread. Neither convinced the other. Both seemed fine with that. Imani's roommate asked about the house, about how long Sol had lived here. Sol explained about coming back, about Mama Cee, about inheriting not just the house but the questions. The roommate nodded like this made perfect sense. Tobias and Brother Wendell talked about basketball. The Hawks' disappointing season. Whether the college game was better than the pros. Brother Wendell insisted coaching had been better in his day. Tobias good-naturedly disagreed. Somewhere in the middle of the meal, Sister Ruth asked Sol, "Are you attending anywhere?" "Church, I mean." The table got quieter. Not silent, but people's attention shifted slightly, aware that the question mattered. "Not exactly," Sol said. Sister Ruth nodded. Didn't press it. Went back to her collard greens. The conversation resumed. Deshara told a story about a house church meeting that had devolved into everyone arguing about whether Die Hard was a Christmas movie. Paul said obviously it was. Imani said obviously it wasn't. Sol stayed out of it. The food disappeared steadily. People went back for seconds. The pot roast was gone first, then the mac and cheese, then the cornbread. The collard greens lasted longest, there was always too much, but even those got reduced to a single serving by the end. Sol watched it all from the kitchen, where they'd stationed themselves to manage refills and second helpings and the logistics of feeding 8 people. Watched Deshara laugh at something Tobias said. Watched Brother Wendell nod approvingly at the pot roast, that small gesture that meant more than any verbal compliment. Watched Imani teach her roommate the proper way to eat collard greens, with cornbread, sopping up the pot liquor. Watched their house full of people on a Sunday afternoon, some of whom knew each other and some of whom were meeting for the first time. All of them here because they'd needed somewhere to be, or because someone had told them dinner was happening, or because showing up on Sunday had been the habit and habits were hard to break. This wasn't church. Wasn't trying to be church. Was just people around a table, in a kitchen that still smelled like Mama Cee's cooking, eating food made from her recipes. But it felt like something. Like the thing church was supposed to be underneath all the structure and theology and voting. Like the reason people had gathered on Sundays in the first place, before it became institution, before it became rules about who belonged. After the meal, people helped clean up without being asked. Deshara washed. Tobias dried. Imani put leftovers in containers. Brother Wendell supervised with his hat off, settled in the chair by the window like he belonged there. The cleaning became its own conversation. Stories about Mama Cee. Things she'd said. Recipes she'd made. The time she'd brought a whole ham to church and just started feeding people in the parking lot because she'd made too much and wasn't about to let it go to waste. She was something else, Brother Wendell said. Everyone agreed. She was something else. By 4 o'clock, people started to leave. Slowly, reluctantly, like no one quite wanted to be the first to go, but everyone had lives that required tending. Imani left with her roommate, promising to come back next week if Sol was cooking again. Paul left after helping carry dishes to the kitchen. Sister Ruth hugged Sol and said the food was wonderful. Truly, Mama Cee would have been proud. Tobias left last of the main group, standing in the doorway for a moment like he wanted to say something significant. Ended up just saying, "Thank you for this. It meant a lot." "Come back next Sunday," Sol said. "Yeah. If you want." "I want." Brother Wendell stayed after everyone else had gone, sitting in his chair by the window with his hat on the table beside him. Sol and Deshara cleaned the last of the dishes, dried the skillet properly, put everything back in its place. "I should go," Brother Wendell said eventually. "Let you two have your evening." "You don't have to," Sol said. "I know. But I'm going to." He stood slowly, reached for his cane. Put his hat on. "This was good. What you did here. Mama Cee would have liked it." He left through the front door, his cane tapping against the porch steps as he made his way to his car. And then it was just Sol and Deshara. The house was quiet again, but different than before. Not empty quiet. Just two people quiet. The kind that didn't need filling. They moved to the living room. Sat on the couch that had been Mama Cee's favorite. The Sunday evening light coming through the windows at that particular November angle. "That was really something," Deshara said. "It was just dinner." "It was just dinner," Deshara agreed. But it was also more than that. Sol knew what she meant. The gathering had been ordinary and also not. Simple and also significant. The kind of thing that looked like nothing from the outside but felt like everything on the inside. "Are you doing this every Sunday?" Deshara asked. "I don't know. Maybe. If people want to come. People will want to come." They sat in the quiet. Outside, Calvary was doing its Sunday evening thing, people home from church, from family gatherings, from wherever they'd spent their day. The ordinary rhythm of a small town on a Sunday, everything winding down toward Monday. Sol thought about asking Deshara to stay. To not go home yet. To sit here a while longer in this living room that still held the warmth of 8 people and the smell of dinner and the particular feeling of having done something right without knowing exactly what made it right. But before they could figure out how to ask, Deshara said, "I should probably go. Let you rest. You've been cooking all day. You don't have to go." "I know." She stood. Stretched. Smiled at Sol with something gentle in her face. "Thank you for including me. For texting me first. You were the first person I thought of." "Good." Deshara got her jacket. Moved toward the door. Sol walked her out, stood on the porch while she went down the steps to her car. She turned back before getting in. "Next Sunday?" If you want. I want. Her car pulled out of the driveway. The taillights disappeared down Linden Street. And Sol stood on the porch of Mama Cee's house, their house, in the Sunday evening quiet, watching the day end the way Sundays ended. Went back inside. Locked the door. Turned off the living room light. Stood in the kitchen in the dark except for the light over the stove. The skillet on the burner, properly cleaned, properly seasoned, ready for the next meal. The Bible on the counter. The house settling into its night sounds. Sol picked up their phone. Saw messages from people who'd been here, thank yous from Imani, from Paul, from Tobias. Saw a text from Scylla, how did it go? Typed back, really well. House was full. Food was good. People came. Proud of you. Sol put the phone down. Looked around the kitchen that had fed 8 people today and would probably feed 8 people next week and the week after that, for as long as Sol kept cooking and people kept showing up. Thought about Mama Cee doing this for 60 years. Every Sunday. Cooking for whoever came. Feeding people as a practice, as a form of love, as the thing you did whether you had answers to anything else or not. Sol turned off the kitchen light. Left only the one over the stove burning. Went upstairs to bed knowing that tomorrow was Monday, that the week would begin again, that Sunday would come back around in 7 days and they'd do this all over again. Knowing that Deshara's car had been in the driveway when everyone left. Knowing that this, cooking, feeding, gathering, the ordinary work of Sundays, was what they were building now. Not church. Not anti-church. Just people who needed somewhere to be, in a kitchen that still remembered how to feed them. That was enough. That was more than enough. That was everything. Chapter 23, Ask This Again Later. After Deshara left, Sol stood in the quiet house and listened to it settle. The kitchen still smelled like dinner. The living room still held the warmth of 8 people who'd been there and were now gone. Everything was clean, put away, returned to its proper place. The skillets sat on the stove. The Bible sat on the counter. Sunday was winding down toward evening. Sol went to the sink. Filled it with hot water. Picked up the skillet. This was the practice Mama Cee had taught them weeks ago, before the hospice bed, before the decline, back when she was still moving around the kitchen showing Sol how things were done. No soap on cast iron. Just hot water and a stiff brush. Scrub gently but thoroughly. Don't be afraid of it. Sol washed the skillet by hand, feeling the slightly rough texture of the seasoning under their fingers. 40 years of cooking had built this patina, layer by layer, meal by meal. And now Sol was adding to it. Their dinners joining Mama Cee's dinners, the seasoning continuing to build. They dried the skillet on the stovetop over low heat, the way Mama Cee had shown them. Watched the water evaporate off the hot surface, the iron darkening as it dried. When it was completely dry, they rubbed a thin layer of oil over the surface. Set it back on the stove to live there, ready for the next meal. The kitchen was very quiet. Sol turned off the burner. Stood in the dim light with the skillet properly cared for and the evening settling in around them. Picked up the Bible from the counter. They'd been reading it in pieces all week, all month really, finding Mama Cee's marginalia and building an understanding of who she'd actually been. But tonight they just let it fall open to a random page, not looking for anything specific. Just reading her handwriting in the margins, the way you'd read letters from someone you missed. The page was from John. The gospel about knowing and being known. About sheep hearing the shepherd's voice. About abiding. In the margin, Mama Cee had written, "Ask this again later." Sol stared at the words. They'd found this note before, weeks ago, had thought about it, had tried to understand what Mama Cee meant. But seeing it now, after tonight, after the Sunday dinner and the people and the cooking and all of it, seeing it now felt different. Ask this again later. Not, here is the answer. Not, this is resolved. Not, you'll understand when you're older. Just, ask this again later. The question, whatever question Mama Cee had been asking when she wrote that note, was still a question. Would always be a question. That was the inheritance. Not answers. The practice of continuing to ask even when the asking didn't lead anywhere neat. Sol held the Bible and thought about the verse it was next to. About being known. About whether they felt known by God, by community, by themselves. About whether that question even made sense anymore or if it was the wrong question entirely. They didn't know. And Mama Cee, who'd spent 60 years in the church and had loved it and had questioned it and had written in the margins of her Bible for decades, Mama Cee hadn't known either. She just kept asking. Ask this again later. Sol closed the Bible gently. Set it back on the counter where it lived now, where they could reach for it when they needed to remember that faith was asking rather than answering, that the practice was in continuing. From the next room came a sound. Soft. Movement. Someone's still here. Sol's heart did something complicated. They'd thought Deshara had left. Had watched her car pull out of the driveway. Had stood on the porch and watched the taillights disappear. But the sound was definitely someone in the living room, and unless someone else had come in without Sol noticing, it was. Sol walked to the doorway. Deshara was on the couch. Still in her jacket. Looking at her phone but not really, just holding it like she'd been trying to make herself leave and hadn't quite managed. She looked up when Sol appeared. Sorry. I was going to leave. Got as far as the car. Turned around and came back in. Your door was unlocked. Sol leaned against the doorframe. It's okay. Deshara set her phone down. I didn't want to go yet. Today was really good and I didn't want it to be over. Sol crossed the living room. Sat on the couch beside her. Not too close. Just near. It doesn't have to be over, Sol said. No. Stay. A little longer. Or a lot longer. Whatever you want. Deshara looked at them. Her reading glasses were on top of her head. Her locks were pulled back. She looked tired in a good way, the kind that came from being somewhere you wanted to be rather than somewhere you had to be. I don't want to overstay, she said. You couldn't. They sat in the quiet of the living room while the evening darkened outside. The Sunday light fading into that particular blue hour that came between day and night, when everything looked softer, more forgiving. This house, Deshara said. It holds a lot, doesn't it? It does. Mama Cee. All those years of Sunday dinners. All the people who came through here. Deshara looked around the room. And now you. Doing the same thing. Making space for people who need somewhere to be. I'm just cooking. You're doing more than that and you know it. Sol thought about today. About 8 people around the table. About conversations that were ordinary and significant at the same time. About Tobias and Brother Wendell talking about basketball. About Sister Ruth and Paul disagreeing gently about theology. About everyone eating and no one having to explain themselves. Maybe, Sol said. But I'm still figuring out what exactly I'm doing. You're creating space. Honest space. Where people can be complicated and uncertain and still welcome. Deshara smiled. You're doing what Mama Cee did. What she taught you to do. Sol looked at her. At the way she was sitting here on this couch, in this house, having come back after leaving. At the way she'd helped clean up without being asked. At the way she'd been part of the dinner but also separate from it, present but not performing. I'm glad you came back in, Sol said. Me too. The silence stretched. Held. Neither of them moved to fill it with more words. From the kitchen came the sound of the old house settling. The furnace kicking on. The particular creaks and shifts of a building that had been standing in this location for 90-something years and would probably stand for 90 more. Can I ask you something? Deshara said. Yeah. Are you staying? In Calvary, I mean. Or is this temporary until you figure out what's next? Sol thought about Atlanta. About the apartment they'd given up, the studio work they'd declined, the students who'd found other teachers. Thought about the back bedroom upstairs with their clothes in the drawers. About the skillet on the stove and the Bible on the counter and the recipe cards in the wooden box. Thought about Sunday dinner and the people who'd come and the people who'd probably come next week. "I'm staying," Sol said. "For how long?" "I don't know. A while. Maybe permanently. I'm still figuring it out." Deshara nodded. "Okay. Is that okay? That I don't know? It's perfect. Knowing is overrated." Deshara reached over and took Sol's hand. Just held it. Her palm warm against theirs. "I'm glad you're staying. However long staying means." They sat like that. Hands held. The house quiet around them. The Sunday evening continuing its slow work of becoming Sunday night. Eventually Deshara said, "I really should go. You need to rest. And I have work early tomorrow." "Okay." But neither of them moved. Although, Deshara said, "I could stay a little longer. I'd like that." So she stayed. They moved from the couch to the kitchen. Made tea. Sat at the table where 8 people had eaten a few hours ago. Talked about the dinner, about who'd said what, about Brother Wendell bringing the sweet potato pie recipe and how that had felt like Mama Cee orchestrating from beyond. Talked about the house church and what came next. About whether Deshara wanted to keep trying to hold it together or let it become something different, something smaller, something more honest about what it could actually be. Talked about Tobias and the vote and the way Mount Calvary was still figuring out what it had done to itself, how the 62 and the 54 were still there every Sunday, trying to worship together despite the divide. Talked about ordinary things. About work and whether the furnace was making that clicking sound Scylla had warned Sol about. About nothing and everything. And then, around 9, Deshara really did have to go. Sol walked her to the door. Stood on the porch while she went down the steps. This time when she got to her car, she turned back and said, "Thank you. For today. For all of this. You don't have to thank me. I know. But I'm going to anyway." She got in her car. Started the engine. Backed out of the driveway for the second time that evening. This time Sol knew she was actually leaving. Watched the taillights disappear down Linden Street. Stood on the porch in the November cold feeling the weight of the day settling into their bones. Went back inside. The house was theirs now. Actually theirs. Not just legally but in the lived-in way, in the way that came from cooking in the kitchen and sleeping in the bedroom and sitting in the living room and letting people in through the front door. Sol turned off the lights downstairs. Left the one over the stove on, Mama Cee's habit, now theirs, the small gesture that made the house feel less empty. Went upstairs to the bedroom. Got ready for bed. Lay in the dark thinking about the day. 8 people at the table. Conversations that mattered and conversations that didn't. Food made from Mama Cee's recipes that was almost right, would get more right with practice, was right enough for now. Deshara coming back after leaving. Her hand in theirs. Her car in the driveway until it wasn't. The skillet on the stove. The Bible on the counter. The questions Mama Cee had left that Sol was learning to carry. Ask this again later. Sol thought about that note. About what it meant to live with questions instead of answers. To keep asking instead of resolving. To practice faith as something you did rather than something you believed, something you cooked and fed people and showed up for on Sundays. Thought about Mama Cee humming in her last moments. About the hymn that had connected them across all the years Sol had been gone. About music as prayer and cooking as prayer and showing up as prayer. Thought about arriving. About the cost of it. About giving up exit routes and unpacking suitcases and telling people in Atlanta you weren't coming back. About staying even when staying was harder than leaving. About letting people in even when people were complicated and church was complicated and faith was complicated and nothing resolved clean. Thought about Deshara in the next room earlier, moving around while Sol washed the skillet. The sound of her presence. The knowledge that she was there. That simple fact, which was new, which was significant, which was enough. Sol closed their eyes. Tomorrow was Monday. The week would begin. Life would continue its ordinary business. And next Sunday would come and Sol would cook again and people would come or they wouldn't, and either way the practice would continue. The practice of asking. The practice of cooking. The practice of showing up. The practice of being here, in this house, in this town, in this life that had been left behind and then returned to and was now being built into something new with all the old materials. The skillet on the stove, properly seasoned, ready. The Bible on the counter, full of questions. Someone's soul was slowly learning to love, whose car had been in the driveway, who had stayed a little longer, who would come back next Sunday. The question still sitting there, patient, unanswered, waiting for Sol to come back to it, ask this again later. And Sol would keep asking. Would keep cooking. Would keep showing up on Sundays and feeding whoever came. Would keep practicing this thing that might be faith or might be something else entirely, something that didn't have a name yet, something that looked like washing a skillet and reading marginalia and setting a table for however many people showed up. Would keep being here. Keep arriving. Keep staying. The novel ended not with an answer. With a Sunday.